Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Um, I don't even know how to begin here today. I have good news and bad news. Many of you may be here looking for an interview with Luis Jimenez from Unidentified Celebrity Review. We had scheduled this interview for now, but he did not make it. Now, I'm not sure why. We have messaged him a couple of times. I hope he's okay. And maybe it's something as simple as a time zone mix up, which happens a lot. He's on West Coast time. I'm on East Coast time. Hopefully, that's all that it is. Hope he's okay. So, the good news, I suppose, is that you get tomorrow's show today. Tomorrow, I had planned on talking about Dr. Steven Greer and his latest grift. His latest grift advertised on Theories of Everything with Kurt Jamungle. People had anxiously awaited this interview because they thought that some of my questions were going to be asked. And I did submit questions. Apparently, my questions were too accusatory, and none of my questions were used. But, in Kurt's defense, he's a very nice guy, and he thought that my questions were too aggressive. And it's his show. He has the right to refuse questions or, whatever. So, please, there's no conspiracies about that. Do I wish that he had asked a few of my questions? You're goddamn right. So I'm going to ask my questions myself, I suppose, to Dr. Steven Greer. And here's my first question. How much money did Dr. Steven Greer collect for his Orion Project charity? That's my question. How much money did Dr. Steven Greer raise for his Orion Project charity? And if you're unaware of what his Orion Project charity was, it's a free energy scam. That's what it is, in my opinion. Based on all the available evidence, Dr. Steven Greer, to the best of my recollection, collected over $500,000. $500,000 he collected for a charity that was supposed to create a free energy device, open source it, create laboratories, pay scientists, all kinds of stuff he was promising when he was collecting money for that project, Orion. And it went belly up, to the best of my knowledge. And Dr. Steven Greer delivered on exactly none of his promises after collecting, again, to the best of my recollection, more than $500,000 for his free energy charity called the Orion Project. Now, one thing I've noticed about the Grifter Con squad is that when something works, they wait a while and then they repeat it. When David Wilcock figured out that he could put up a bullshit course with a bunch of, PowerPoint slides and spiritual crystal hippie bitch gobbledygook word salad nonsense, about manifesting and all this nonsense. Once David Wilcock figured out that people would pay $333 for a course, he had a course every year. These guys repeat the things that work for them to generate these huge amounts of money. In Dr. Steven Greer's case, $500,000 was raised while he had a charity claiming that he would create a free energy device, build a lab, open source it, and give it to the world. Nothing. He gave the world nothing. So my second question that I sent in to Kurt Jamungle to ask Dr. Steven Greer, was this: what did he spend the $500,000 on that his charity apparently raised, and he was unable to? So far, there's no accounting here. What was the money spent on? What was that $500,000? Where did it go? Because he certainly did not follow through on any of his promises. Where's the lab? Where's the receipts or spreadsheets of the scientists that he was paying. What happened to $500,000 that he took in tax-free donations? This is a very important question, my friends. But what we see once Dr. Steven Greer gets on Kurt's show is that there's a new grift. Remember, we had the first free energy scam, which was a charity where he would bring the world free energy. And he collected, again, to the best of my recollection, over $500,000. I'm still unclear on how much he exactly collected. So that's why I had my first question. How much money did you collect for this Orion Project free energy charity? The second question, what did you do with it? Can we see spreadsheets of where all of that money went? Because you did not deliver anything after taking all of those donations. Tax-free donations, by the way. It was, again, to the best of my recollection, a registered charity organization. Now, on Kurt Jumungel's Theories of Everything, I got pissed off because he's already collected $500,000 to build a free energy device, and he didn't do that. But his latest grift now is he wants $500,000 so that he could create a documentary about free energy. Why didn't he create a documentary about free energy with the first $500,000? Now he needs another $500,000 to create a documentary about free energy. And by the way, he's using the same exact old talking points that he used on the first scam on this new grift, begging for money for people to crowdfund his film, his new film, right? And you may remember that Dr. Steven Greer has raised more than $1 million so far crowdfunding documentaries. And for those unaware, it does not take a huge amount of money to create the documentaries this man is creating. Ask anybody in that industry. He's not spending, this is my opinion, in my opinion, for example, he will collect $500,000 to create a film, and then he will not spend the $500,000. In my opinion, that is manipulative, and it is deceitful. And I don't understand how he's allowed to do this. Now, of course, Third Phase of Fake, who have a business relationship with him, were once on my show defending his right to do that, saying, it's not you. If people want to give him money for that, it's none of your business. I'm afraid it's everyone's business. If, let's say, for example, that he collects $500,000 and he only spends $100,000 of that to actually create the film. He's telling everybody he needs $500,000 to create a film. I'd like to see the spreadsheets. I'd love to see the accounting of him showing conclusive proof or evidence that he actually spends what he says he needs on these films to create them. Because I'm telling you, friends, ask anybody in the documentary film industry to take a look at his films and estimate what it costs to make them. This is ridiculous. And you know what else is even more ridiculous is the fact that he's already collected $500,000 to deliver a free energy device, to save the world with a free energy device so none of us will have to work to heat our homes or for power, for electricity. We'll all have free energy if you just give me money to my charity. And then he produced nothing, friends. We didn't see pictures of a lab or a film of, we didn't see newspaper articles of a lab building that he bought with that $500,000. We didn't see press releases from his organizations of scientists that he had hired, like he promised he was going to hire scientists to build this shit. And friends, one of the reasons that I'm so adamant about free energy scams being scams is because go look at the history of free energy scams. No one in the history of the world who ever collected money to produce a free energy device has ever done so. And what you'll notice is that a lot of con artists love this scam. Do you know who else pulled the free energy scam? David Wilcock. David Wilcock claims that if you invest in his company, they're going to create a hover car with a free energy device. You won't even need to plug it in, and you can power your home from that hover car. He's never produced anything. Billy Carson. Billy Carson also had a free energy scam. Well, it was a space and free energy scam called First Place Space Agency, where Billy Carson lied and said NASA was one of that charities or companies' clients. That wasn't true. And Billy Carson equally collected all kinds of money for that charity, but never showed anybody anything he did with any of the money. He has never, in fact, in Billy Carson's case, his charity got revoked by the IRS for failing to file the paperwork. If you have a charity, every year you have to file paperwork that says, this is how much money we collected, and this is what we spent it all on. That's all I'm asking to see from Dr. Steven Greer, what the law requires. If you're going to have a charity and collect donations from the public, the law requires that you file these 990 forms, which say, this is how much money I collected, and this is what I did with it. In Billy Carson's case, he didn't file those papers for 3 years. So the IRS revoked his charity license. I'm not sure what happened in the case of Dr. Steven Greer, but I suspect it's a similar thing because I wasn't able to find the 990 forms, and they're public information. If somebody doesn't file them, they're not in any of the databases. Now, I could be wrong. I'm going to double check on that. And you have my word, I will bring you the outcome of whether Dr. Steven Greer filed his legally required paperwork while he was collecting those public donations. I'm going to look into that, and we will have a very clear and concise answer. But to the best of my recollection, that's what I believe has happened. He did not file those papers. So we don't know what Dr. Steven Greer actually spent any of the money on that he collected while he was telling people, this is the Orion Project. We're going to create labs and hire scientists, and we're going to create a free energy device and open source it. And this is all very familiar, isn't it? Because this is the talking points, the same stuff that he talked about on Kurt Jamungal, he's using in this new grift. And the new grift is, oh, I hope you all forgot about that $500,000 that the UFO community largely gave me to create a free energy device with my charity that I never disclosed what happened to all the money. I hope you all forgot about that, because now there's emergency going on. And powerful, wealthy people are conspiring to keep the secrets of free energy away from you, normal peasants. But I, Dr. Steven Greer, am your hero, and I'm going to let you know the truth about those free energy devices that all these wealthy people and the oil companies and the energy companies are covering up and killing people for it. Did you know that Dr. Steven Greer made ridiculous, outrageous, unprovable claims in Third Phase of Moon's latest documentary? Yeah, Dr. Steven Greer claimed that in a free energy conspiracy, a company that had the secrets or were developing the secrets to free energy in Michigan, an entire engineering company, got murdered because they were going to release the secrets of free energy to the world. And an entire company in Michigan got murdered. Dr. Steven Greer said that, and these garbage peddling losers, Third Phase of Moon, let him say that, didn't fact check him in their documentary, right? It's a documentary. I thought you're supposed to tell the truth in a documentary. Not if you're Third Phase of Moon. You just let somebody like Dr. Steven Greer, who, by the way, has a proven history of lying over and over and over again. You just let him sit there in a chair and lie in your documentary so that you can make money off of his lies. Do you see how this works? Third Phase of Moon could have fact-checked that in 5 minutes. They didn't do that. They just let him lie in their documentary about an entire engineering firm getting murdered, right? So what did we do? We checked with the state police, the local police. We checked all over that state. There was no history. There was no reports. There was no murder investigations. Friends, if an entire company got murdered in a state, any state in the United States, there would be records of it. People would be able to find out about it. That never happened because Dr. Steven Greer, to the best of my analysis right now, is a pathological liar. He constantly makes shit up like this. And when you fact check him, it is, look, I'm going to tell you the truth, okay? I will tell you the honest to God truth. Fact checking Dr. Steven Greer has, for a while, for a real long time, it became a sick hobby of mine. Like a documentary would come out and Dr. Steven Greer would say that Donald Trump and Vice President Pence requested a briefing from him and he briefed them about aliens and UFOs. Friends, you can contact media representatives of both those men, believe it or not. Even being a little podcaster, you can still do it and get a comment about that. It never happened. It never happened. Then the idiots like Third Phase of Moon who let him lie, right, about things like this, or the people that defend this lie that he briefs all these important people, they say, well, no, he sends them a briefing packet. He didn't brief them in person. He just wrote, a briefing packet and he sends it to them. So here's what I'm going to do, friends. Going forward, I'm going to have a briefing packet. I'm trying to find the briefing packet. I had a briefing packet here. Oh, yeah, I have it. I have a very special alien briefing packet. And I'm going to send this to President Biden tomorrow. And then, because you can get the White House address. Anybody can send shit to the White House. And then I'm going to wait like 3 days. And then I'm going to tell everyone that I briefed Vice President Biden about aliens and UFOs. Do you see the problem with this guy? And by the way, he has backpedaled and all but admitted, yeah, I sent them the briefings. Great. And for those unaware, in the cases, there was another case where he claimed that he briefed CIA Director Woolsey, former CIA director, about aliens and UFOs. In one of his books, and in public, he made all these claims that he briefed a former CIA director. The person themselves, the CIA director, came out and said, that never happened. I sat near him at a social function. We didn't talk about alien. He didn't brief me. No, that never happened. So Dr. Steven Greer goes to some kind of, probably one of those political dinners that's 10 grand a plate or something, because he has expensive tastes that all the stupid people sending him money are paying for. But anyway, he goes to a social event. This guy that used to be the director of the CIA happens to be there. He leaves the event, starts running around telling everybody that he briefed the former CIA director about UFOs and aliens. And again, in the case of President Trump, that never happened. In the case of Vice President Pence, that never happened. And in many more cases where he claims he briefed people, if you get to the actual people and ask them, they don't even know who the hell this guy is. He's like some escaped mental patient running around pretending to be an expert on UFOs and aliens. And that somehow this shit is working for him and he's making millions of dollars. God bless him. But it's wrong. It's so wrong for him to do this. So, again, friends, I am going to send my special briefing to the White House tomorrow. And then by Dr. Steven Greer's logic, I'll be able to just tell everybody, look, man, my UFO speaking fee just quadrupled because I'm going to be able to say that I briefed President Biden about UFOs and aliens. These people with their intel and their briefings and this is all bullshit. Steven Greer's not briefing anybody. He's writing stupid papers and lying about, being important. I'm important. I'm briefing the president and the vice president. No, you dumbass. You just sent some junk mail to the White House. That doesn't give you the right to say that you briefed them. And it certainly doesn't give him the right to claim that they requested a briefing. Show us. Show us, Dr. Steven Greer, you liar, you pathological liar. Or hey, how about his underling defenders? By the way, there truly is a pyramid to this UFO scam, to all of it. It's all a pyramid scam. Dr. Steven Greer is one of the people at the top of the pyramid. Below him, you have other bottom-feeding liar deceivers like Third Phase of Moon. And Third Phase of Moon constantly defends Steven Greer and all these lies because Dr. Steven Greer and them make money together with his lies. Is Third Phase of Moon going to provide a letter or proof that Dr. Steven Greer truly had a request from President Trump or Vice President Pence to get a briefing from him on aliens and UFOs? Is Third Phase of Moon going to defend the lies that Dr. Steven Greer told in the documentary film that they produced? Is Third Phase of Moon going to show us proof that an entire company in Michigan got murdered, just like Dr. Steven Greer said in their supposedly true story documentary? These aren't true stories. This is delusional fantasy land for stupid people. That's what this is. Now on to Kurt Jamungle. So what's happening here now is that Dr. Steven Greer has already collected $500,000 for a free energy charity scam, in my opinion. He's never produced the paperwork showing how much money he collected for that free energy charity or what he did with all the money. But now he's given the big pitch on Kurt Jamungle's show, and he needs you to send him money again because he's going to produce a free energy movie now. And in that free energy movie, he's going to tell you all about free energy, right? Let's see if I can find the link to his, if anybody has it. I apologize. I'm a bit unprepared today. We'll get you the link. But there is a link to his new crowdfunded film that he's going to produce. And let's not forget that he did collect $500,000 to produce his last film, right? Great. And someone was just in our Discord chat. I think it was Leah who was saying, is there really even any money in this? Yeah, apparently. You could collect $500,000 to create a free energy device and then never produce anything, never produce proof of what you did with any of the money. And then you can collect $500,000 again, apparently, if this works out for him, collect another $500,000 to make a film about free energy. And you see, it's very clear that it's all about money here, right? If he truly cared about free energy, why didn't he do something with the first $500,000? Oh, he spent that, I guess. He needs another $500,000 from you stupid UFO people so that he can make another documentary film that doesn't cost $500,000 to make. It's great. Now, there were some interesting things in the actual interview. And one of them was that Kurt did press him on actual physics questions, at which time Steven Greer threw out a whole bunch of word salad, not scientific nonsense to a man who is perhaps one of the most gifted physics people on planet Earth, to the best of my knowledge. Kurt's amazing with physics. He is amazing. from what I've seen. Anyway, Dr. Steven Greer does a terrible bluff. Terrible bluff. You can't start talking about quantum vacuum this and all this nonsense to a real physicist, Dr. Steven Greer. So Steven Greer looks stupid and foolish here. Another thing is that Kurt asked him for some evidence of his claims, and Dr. Steven Greer got all pissed off and said it's all in the book, right? Or it's all something. And come on, what are you going to do? It's like, don't worry about evidence. You don't need evidence. You don't need any evidence. Or buy my book if you want me to show you the evidence. You got to buy my book. So people ask me to talk about what I really think. I think that Dr. Steven Greer's latest, this is a new grift. Give me another $500,000. So I've told you what I think, and now I have a surprise for you. Man, now we're going to have to change the thumbnail again, but it's okay. You know what we'll do? We will cut out the first portion of this show. And tonight we were supposed to have a conversation with Luis Jimenez, and I think we got our wires crossed on the time zones, but he's here now. So isn't that great? Amazing, actually. And maybe I saved myself a show for tomorrow already, right? So we can take the night off for once here. So I don't know where to begin with Luis Jimenez, and host of Unidentified Celebrity Review, except for those who aren't, the very few that won't be unaware of who he is or his history. He started a show called Unidentified Celebrity Review. He did a lot of grassroots activism, the Big Phone Home, and other things to try to get the truth about UFOs. And along the way, he met Luis Elizondo, who claimed to be a former Pentagon UFO program manager and all these things. And I think somewhere along the way, Luis Jimenez woke up to some of the truth behind some of these characters in conspiracy land. Since then, he has become a much more critical voice than he used to be. And I say good for him. We've got an awful lot to talk about, and I don't know where we'll begin, but we'll begin here.
Hey, what's happening, man? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I got lost in the day. I'm not used to doing shows anymore.
Oh I thought maybe the time zone. So it's okay.
No. You got the time zone totally right.
No, I'm just glad you're here and glad you're okay.
No, sorry. Yeah, no, I had to. Michelle's got the flu, and I had to take her to urgent care, and then I had a meeting, and then started working on a project.
Man, that's much more important than this. Much more important than this nonsense.
Everyone's good. Everything's fine. We just had to get her some medication for this nasty flu she's got. So I'm just getting over it now, but it didn't hit me as hard as it hit her. I think she just got asthma. So for whatever reason, she just got super sick.
I'm gonna put the thumbnail back.
Yeah,
sorry. Latest grift plus Luis.
No, but I opened up Twitter and I was like, oh shit.
No, it's okay. I once did the time zone thing myself, and I felt horrible because the person told me like 9 o'clock. They didn't say Pacific time, so I was there at 9 o'clock my time.
No worries, man. Well, I'm glad it worked out. Apologies for being late. Sorry.
No, it's no big deal. I'm just glad you're here. Everybody really wanted to see it, so I was kind of like, aw, and so was everybody else.
Yeah, no, God, that would have been. God, I'm just so happy I checked Twitter, because if I had found out, like, I was really deep into, I was doing some Photoshop stuff as well. And I was just like, got lost in it, and I was like, thank God I checked Twitter. And then I saw a message from Grant Levi. He's like, aren't you on Camby? And I'm like, oh my God.
Like I said, I'm just glad you're here. I didn't want to disappoint everybody, but
no, I'm glad nobody's disappointed. Please, everybody in the chat, go tell everybody that I'm back.
Yeah, I'm trying to find if you lost anybody. The other thumbnail to put it up now. God damn it, Spooky! She keeps sending me more than 2 meg.
Oh man, I think I got it. Did you tweet it out? Let me see.
I'm going to tweet it out right now, live right now.
Right on.
Live right now. And I will just take the coverage of this Steven Greer thing as a bonus for tonight. That's kind of awkward, though.
What were you to? You were talking about Steven Greer. What about that maniac?
Yeah, well, this is the best thing. I want to ask you what you think of this. Were you aware? Were you aware that on Kurt Jumungle, he did this huge pitch for his new film? He wants everybody, and it's crowdfunded. He wants everybody to give him $500,000 to make a documentary film about free energy.
Yeah.
But it gets worse. I don't know what else you're aware of.
Well,
but it gets much worse.
What's hilarious? Do you know if they crowdsourced the last film?
Yes, they did, and he got $500,000 for that.
For the ones the the Cousins?
Oh no, the Cousins brothers. That was not funded by crowdfunding.
Okay, because I was going to say
alien invasion was funded by $500,000, and in that thing that I think was a scam, it's an emergency. The government's about to fool us all with a fake alien invasion, and I need $500,000 to make a documentary to tell everybody about it.
I know for sure the Cousins documentary it should have just been called. I can't remember what I said it should have been called, but something along the lines of the stock footage documentary, because that's all it had in the entire film. And I'm like, this is not a $500,000 film. And even the film before. Oh no,
but in that case, the finances are a separate thing. We can't really say anything about third phase finance.
But let's just say, Steve can't the
free energy, Luis, you got to hear this. So listen, years and years ago, and he ran a free energy charity called the Orion Project. Dr. Steven Greer did, and he collected $500,000 or more for the charity and never produced anything. Now his latest thing is he wants $500,000 to make a documentary about free energy. That's what I was talking about in the intro in your absence. I just think he thinks everybody forgot about the $500,000 he got given to produce a free energy device and save the world with.
I don't remember that one. I don't remember, but I think his film Unacknowledged was crowdsourced as well, right?
Yeah, so he either got $500,000 or $1 million for each of the crowdsourced.
Yeah, that's not $1 million production.
And
it's
Lou,
not
as a
even
filmmaker, you can look. You're a filmmaker. Did you look at the quality of those things? Do those documentaries cost $500,000 to make, or $1 million to make? So what does he do with all the money? And the defenders say, "Who cares? Who cares if people want to give him money?" But he says, "I need $500,000 to make this documentary," and then he makes a documentary that looks like $20K. To me.
Yeah, no, it does. No, it does look like $20K because it is. It's whatever. I'm curious to see actual budgets for the film.
Well, I keep asking, but nobody will return my emails.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not. You'll never get it, but I for sure 100% that's not a $500,000 or $1 million film. And then the part that really chaps my ass is that he turns around and sells it to a studio.
Yeah, and then the last one that he got the $500,000,
VODs.
He put ads in it for his books and shit, and put ads in it for his CE5 app, so he can make more money off the back end of it. Then you're right, he makes money off the Netflix streaming or whatever, Hulu, Netflix, wherever it is. The streaming services are paying him per stream of that after he already got paid. We're in the wrong business. We got to do it that way. We'll follow his model.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of folks in this community just love being ripped off. And I that's kind of where I was like, I came to a crossroads, and it was like, well, I can either dig in and keep I wasn't selling the woo in the first place. I never used my show or my experience.
You were selling the woo a little bit, Lou. You were no. Here's what you did.
We would talk about the woo.
Let's be friends. Here's what you did. You sat back and you let other people sell it on your show for sure. Sometimes though, a little bit.
Like who?
You didn't put. I don't know. Some of those guests, man, are like.
Well, I mean, look, it's it's always a tough. It's always a tough line.
Well, he said it, not me.
Mean, look, I if we're gonna call each other out, when you had Anjali on the show, I was like, all right, here we go. Like this guy is gonna tear her apart. In the first hour, you were really nice and let her just sort of, verbal diarrhea her story. And and the thing with having a show, and you're doing a show 5 days a week, and there's a whole bunch of people you want to talk. There was a time in my show where I was like, man, we really have to try and dive into this experience part of this discussion.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the problem with that part of the discussion is that it's crazy. It's very difficult to wrap your brain around. Most times the people telling the stories are having a hard time dealing with it emotionally, mentally, all sorts of. So to expect the audience to just be like, yep, okay, that sounds credible to me. And then, the issue is also like when people start telling their stories, I think a lot of the times there's trauma attached to the story.
Absolutely.
So
yeah. So you don't want to be nasty about it.
You don't want to be nasty. You don't want to call them a liar. You want to give them the room to breathe and the space to tell their truth or their story. And so I think for about 4 or 5 months, I genuinely was putting an effort forward into trying to understand and treat that side of the conversation with kid gloves.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I didn't used to talk to experiencers, but once I started to talk to experiencers, I realized that you have to kind of just take a step back and let them.
Oh, you have to. Yeah. You have to. But then, after 4 or 5 months of doing it, and we had Melinda Leslie on a few times, and it was just like, I just can't do this anymore. Like I can't do this
listen
anymore.
To this, right?
As a person, I love Melinda. Like, she's really fun to talk to, but it's just like she's not listening to herself. Like when she starts talking about my labs, I'm like, okay, you're talking about a 60-year program, kidnapping up to when we did the math, it was like 35 people a day for the last 60 years. They've been kidnapping and doing this My Labs thing. Like,
it's a massive project.
That's we're talking in the possibly trillions of dollars. Like, how do you hide the money? How do you hide the victims of it? How do you hide the people who ran the program?
People with facts when their mind is made up, though.
Yeah. So once we hit a wall with it, and as a show we're like, okay, we're not doing this anymore. Like, this is just ridiculous.
You know what I'm sad about? Here's what I'm sad about, though, because you did that. You reached this realization where, like, I just can't keep doing this, right? And Josh and Artemis recently, they reached this. They're like, we're done with UFOs. We can't. And actually, I give a lot of credit to both of you, because you both said, I just can't do this anymore because I don't believe any of this or whatever, So me, I'm always bouncing back and forth and going, I got to do other topics. And then something else will grab my attention and I get stuck in this cesspool. You fuckers got out. That shit's not fair.
No, I mean, it was really, look, there's a couple reasons it was very difficult for me to just quit the show. I didn't want to quit the show. I really enjoyed doing the show.
Sure.
And also, like, my experience as a 13-year-old kid at a birthday party with a whole bunch of people who all saw the same thing, and everybody was just, at least my memory of it, was like, oh my gosh, everybody was confused. This was a really interesting event. And then, the whole thing with Lou happened, and the sock puppets and the Jeremy McGowan stuff.
There's specifically ask you about Jerry McGowan's blog.
Yeah, no, I saw the question. I mean, I'm here as long as you need me. But I mean, I guess, just to finish that thought, is just like,
sorry.
It was difficult to let that go. And not only that, I was, it's not like I was making a living, but an extra 24 grand a year, on top of my acting and my waiting work or my Uber work.
Grand a year from this show, but maybe someday.
It took a lot of work to build up to that. It really did. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, well, you had Lou on your show. Yes, so what? Lou's been on 300 other shows, and all those other shows suck, and they're not doing the numbers that I'm doing.
Lou Elizondo, though, how many times was he on your show?
7 times.
That he's been on. He hasn't been on anybody else's show that many. That's why you get the shit, because the perception was that he was pumping all your numbers and things.
No, I don't think so. It didn't hurt. That's for sure. every time he was on, we always got a bump, you know. But
and big guests will do that, you know.
yeah,
And
no, big guests
actually,
will do that.
I have no way to like even put that in my own terms because I haven't had a big name. We barely had any big name guests, let alone one 7 times. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
and
it was,
I
it
would,
was,
but would I do it? Yeah,
yeah,
fuck yeah, probably, you know, but,
yeah,
so I don't blame you for that. I used to say the same thing. I used to hear those
yeah.
things and say, oh yeah, you know, but then I look at the CIA psyop side of things and go, like, maybe it was intentional that Lou did that to pump you up for a reason, and he was being manipulated to sell the narrative or something, you know.
I mean, I wouldn't put it out of the realm, you know. You know, there's yeah, it's so confusing when it comes to him. But I think, you know, the thing with me is when it comes to Lou, we our last interview before the last interview. So we interviewed him this year, and then the last interview before that was the Big Phone Home 2, which was last November, so almost a year ago. So there was a period of almost like 6 to 7 months where we didn't have him on the show, and I wasn't looking for him to be on the show because we had so many red flags and so many questions up until that point. Where I was like, you know, we had the question that Rather asked about his sock puppet accounts. That question, I put that question on the table a year ago in a meeting, and we had heard it from a whole bunch of people that was his sock puppet account, and then we had a discussion.
Yeah, like, are we going to ask him about this or not?
Right before the Big Phone Home 2, me, Mike, and Rather had a discussion about, okay, do we ask him this question? Because there's only one good way to answer that question. Any other answer other than nope, not mine, is a terrible answer. Like, if it's yes, terrible answer. If it's if it's a non-answer, that's a terrible answer, you know. There's no good way to sort of answer, well, do you have sock puppet accounts that manipulate and trash other people in another, you know, like that express your true feelings?
Yeah, how do you even ask the question? And to be fair, you guys asked it in a nice way, and then he replied. He called your co-hosts. He said, "What if he said this about your co-host? Yeah. He said, what if somebody said your mom was a whore or a prostitute,
a hooker?"
A hooker.
Yeah, a hooker. Like, he used an analogy. Like, what if I called your mom a hooker? Well, if I was you, it really, like, it wouldn't matter to me. You know, I guess it depends on, like Rather said, it depends on who says it, right? Like, if it's Sean Cahill saying it, then, you know, or like, let's say, you know, just using that analogy, like if Lou Elizondo calls Rather's mom a hooker, I think Rather can go, okay, why are you doing that? Do you even know my mom? Like, he could respond. But if somebody, some rando Twitter guy who's got, you know, two followers and has no presence on Twitter whatsoever, calls, you know, Rather's mom a hooker, like, it would be ignored.
I had this exact thing happen to me. You know, whether it matters or not, my mother's been dead for a long time, but one of those nameless, faceless Twitter sock accounts on Twitter tweeted that my mother was getting gangbanged by, you know, Kenzo gangbangers or something. You know, right. Like, what am I going to do with that? I just ignore it. I'm like, okay, you know.
Yeah, you know, like, and so it's, and somebody here in the chat said, what did they say here? You know, like, we shouldn't be afraid to ask questions, and it was like, it's. Shouldn't be worried about having a good answer. And it was like, we were worried about it because at the time, like,
well, you don't want to damage that relationship when
I don't want to damage the relationship. Obviously, I don't want to damage the relationship because the way we met, like, I've met Lou Elizondo, so that's a huge difference too between me and a lot of other people. Like, Lou Elizondo came into my restaurant, and I don't get starstruck, but when I saw him, I was like, I was losing my shit. And I told the waiter whose table it was, I'm like, I'm taking this table. I have to. And so then when I sat there and started talking to him, his name's Luis, my name's Luis. He's Cuban, I'm from Miami, he's from Miami. So we really connected really quickly on those three things. He was super nice. He was there with other people.
Yeah, and you just so happened to have a UFO show too, right?
No, I didn't have a
UFO.
I didn't have a channel at all. I didn't start my channel till 4 months after I had met him. I was toying around with the idea of doing a YouTube show. I really wanted to start one. And then COVID happened. And right before COVID happened, Lou came into the restaurant. I was like, I think I know what I want to talk about. Like the UFO idea was on the table, but I also had a sports idea. I had a political idea. I had a video game idea. I had a movie review idea. And then I had the UFO thing. And then when Lou came, I was like, fuck it. I'm doing the UFO thing. Like, I want to talk about this. It's the most, to me, since 2017, it's been the most interesting time and the most active time I've ever seen in this topic as a human. Like, we've not seen this kind of movement, especially on a political level, since the 60s.
Well, I'll agree with the fact that there seems to be a lot more media coverage and attention, but I guess I'm cynical because I don't think that this, those people who like go rah rah rah, disclosure's coming, and they point to things that are happening. I'm just, maybe I'm cynical. I'm like,
no,
but there is, I think, media attention is ferocious compared to what it used to.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be. I think it's okay to be cynical. It's just, it was, at least for me, again, coming from someone who had an experience, and then you listen to the pilots and what they say, and then you see the video, and you're like, oh my God, like all of these things, and you're like,
yeah.
On the surface, you're like, holy shit, something's happening. This is amazing. This is really cool. Like, and so, the thing that inspired the phone home was like, I would hear other shows always talk about, or Lou Elizondo say at the end of the show, like, the best thing you could do is call your representative. I'm like, well, that's not very inspiring. How cool would it be if everybody did it on the same day? I think that was way more impactful.
That I liked. And I thought that was a great idea.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, like
but again, I'm cynical and think that unless there's a $100,000 check attached, that senator doesn't really care about letters, but I'd like to think better of some of them. Some of them care.
I mean, I would normally I agree with you, right? But the thing is about this topic is we've got senators talking about it. When they tweet about this topic, it's the most like and retweeted thing that is on their thread, so I still believe, I just don't think the motivations are the same. I have my theories have obviously changed on that, but I really do believe that. I wouldn't be shocked if in the next presidential election you get a candidate who's, got like maybe
disclosure of anything.
Four or five initiatives, and then that fifth or sixth initiative is this disclosure thing. Because if you're really politically smart about it, at the core of this issue, it's a transparency issue. It's it's an
want to
issue.
Know what they know.
There's a lot of so for me, I was like, well, it's got political gas, it's got public gas, so let's take this gas, let's put it in a lawnmower and see what happens. It's for me, it was like, well, we could sit around and be cynical, or we can try and do something and see what happens.
And I give you credit for that, because I was sitting around and being cynical, and you actually tried to do something, and it was a very positive effort. And if nothing else, like, it got a lot of people together to to try to make some kind of change.
Yeah. Well, but so just to answer that question, it's like, I was trying to, because I already knew the answer to the question a year before we asked it. I knew the answer to the question. So I didn't want to ruin the relationship off of that one rumor. You know what I mean? Like,
and listen, you got to tell me the truth here. You thought he could handle this and not like cry like a bitch, right? Like you kind of knew, you kind of got to know him, so you probably, I wondered this one. I'm like, he probably thought like, Lou can handle this and not get pissed off about it.
Answer the question. Like, you mean the
question? Like, I think you Steven, thought he was going to just for sure answer the question and not get pissed off, but he freaked.
Well, here's the thing. Full disclosure, he he never, ever, ever told me once, this question is off the table. Don't talk about this. And there were moments where I was like, hey, we might, before the show, where I was like, hey, we got some questions that are going to poke at you pretty hard. And he's like, I don't want to know them. Just ask me the questions. It's not a problem. I was like, okay, cool.
So it's not your fault that he didn't like that one, man.
No, but what's really funny, man, is I know I don't think his whole hooker analogy was out of anger. I think it was to throw us off, to get us to backtrack and go, what? Wait, what? Huh? And throw us off of our thinking pattern. He wasn't angry about the question because him and I were texting after the show, right after the show. And it was very friendly. And the reason why I text him after the show is right before he came in, he looked pissed. He did not look happy, right? Like, and he popped in like literally 10 seconds before the show started. And I saw his face when he put, you know how the pre-show lobby is for streamers. So he pops in and I look at his face and he's pissed. I could see it. I'm familiar enough with him to know, okay, he's not happy. And I was like, I was like, hey, is everything cool? He's like, yeah, everything's fine, blah, 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 blah. So we start the show. And then after the show, I text him, hey, like, because at the time that Manny 503 documentary had come out. And, there was a call from Thomas Fessler to strike it. And I was like, I'm not striking it, dude. It's fair use. And when
absolutely fair use. Yeah.
He mentioned that to me like a month before. And I was like, look, I think the best advice for that documentary is to ignore it. Don't talk about it. Because
the striking and everything else made sure more people saw it, I think.
Definitely. But not only that, the strikes are not going to hold up. It's fair use, as much as I hate to admit it. And that's a conversation I had with Manny privately.
Yeah, and listen, I want to tell you something. The mark of a person who truly believes in free speech and freedom of expression and fair use is that if somebody uses those things and does something you disagree with, you still support their right to do so. And to your credit, you did. And I do as well. If somebody makes a documentary, whatever,
everybody,
fair use is fair use.
This is what I told you. Everybody has a right to make a shitty movie. Like, you have that right. And if it's something that is going against you, hey man, it's fair use. So I never struck the video.
Do you still think it's a shitty movie though? Now that you have
yes, I only.
It was listen. Let's say this though. It was his first movie. It was the first thing he ever made.
That's my point.
This is what I'll say. What about the information in it though? The information of it, I thought was very good.
Here's what I told Manny.
I think you have a problem with just the artistic side of it. Like, it was pretty basic. It wasn't like
it was incredibly. I mean, the sound effect that he used in the first 20 seconds of the film. I'm like, if this is going to be the whole movie, I'm going to put a bullet in my head. It was just from a cinematic standpoint. It's not a film. Yeah. He's not a filmmaker, and he's admitted that. So like
better.
That's how films work, right? Just like with anything else, practice makes perfect. But like I told him, I'm like, listen, because we were talking about the fair use thing. I'm like, look, I don't give a shit that you use my footage, but if I'm going to give you a piece of advice, my advice is take it down, go back to the editing room and re-edit it. And then re-release it,
So it wasn't so much the information that you had a problem with in that. It was the way that it was edited and produced.
Yes, because look, and it's the same. It's the same kind of issues that I had with your show when I didn't know who you were, right? Like it was. If you're coming in middle stream and you're yelling at the top of your lungs, or if you got a mask on talking about Linda Moulton Howe's pussy, like it's it's shocking, you know, it's like, shit, dude, like, all right, this ain't for me. Like, whatever this is, it's not for me.
Will you admit that those of us that did not have the benefit of a bump from Lou Elizondo 7 times might need to do other things to gather attention? And sure. I'm not defending whatever I did, but I'm just saying, sometimes it's about getting eyeballs on you.
For sure. And I understand that. It's just, the problem is, because here's where I found out you were actually a good researcher. It was the Toe interview with Linda Moulton Howe, and it was you set them up, and I knocked them down with our
that was great. That's okay. One thing we did together, even when we did not like each other, and we did that together. We made her freak the fuck out. And she freaked, but that was random, right? But the thing that I went, oh shit. I never heard the story of the video game cover. I had no clue that she had done that. And I didn't know until I saw the question asked on Toe's channel. I was like, damn, she did that? And she did it again a few months later. Yeah, but different pictures.
I think my point here is that if you could tell the truth until you're blue in the face, and maybe you're 100% accurate. But if you don't present that information correctly, people are going to check out. And that's for me.
What you said, you kind of said this to me before, and I thought about it. And also, and this is not a defense, but the whole time period you're talking about, I was drinking 20 beers a day while I was working. So that'll since then I've been much calmer since I quit alcohol.
If you're already cynical already, and then
you're drunk and cynical, it's
not a good combination, right? And so that was my point. It was like, fuck, like, and so I would watch your show, and I was like, okay, well, at least I know that he's genuinely trying to get to the truth of things. It's just not my cup of tea. Like, I've been in Hollywood for a really long time. I've done a lot of films. I've done a lot of production. And if I was your producer, I would sit down with you and I'd say, okay, here's what you do really well. Here's what I don't think's great. And here's how I think we could build your audience. Like, how do we close this gap? How do we attract the people that go, oh, okay, this ain't for me? How do we get them back? Because the information's good. And so that is where, I think we didn't see eye to eye, but now that, post Lou Elizondo and sock puppets and this whole thing and everything that happened in the Linda Moulton Howe interview, I'm like, okay, at the core of this, there's good information. And I don't agree with everything you say, but at least I know that there's a genuine effort, right? And no one's going to be perfect.
I always try. I could fail, but I try. I really show up every day, and you know what it's like. You got to show up every day and do your best.
For sure.
Just that my best was a little clouded and polluted by alcohol and anger and too many things, distractions. Right. I think I'm working on those things that
I think you can see and hear the difference in the show.
Sure.
It's better. It's the thing, I always judge a show with, can I share this with my friends? You know what I mean? And this is what I was trying to tell Rich when him and I had our conversation. I was like, you have a right to say and think whatever the hell you want, but I also have a right to form an opinion based off of your rants, So, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But truth always finds truth, I feel like. And
I want to get back for just a moment to the sock puppet accounts, just because selfishly I found a clip of your co-host that I did, and that was fair use. Honestly, I didn't know you and I didn't ask permission. I thought, well, this is fair use, and then I'm like, I hope the guy doesn't strike me, but you didn't, so thank you for that. And this is a clip of your co-host about the sock puppet controversy.
It's clear to me now that Lou Elizondo is deceiving and manipulating the community. I mean, 100%. He admitted to that on our interview Friday by using sock puppet accounts to manipulate and deceive us. Which, I mean, So how can you trust someone who is going to go and create a secret account? Not only just create a secret account and post on it, but he creates these in groups and out groups of people who are in on the secret, and then he shares this special knowledge with them and really gets them to go out and attack his critics. His we can't see what the tweets that he posted under these sock puppets anymore because they've been deleted. But he made it seem like on the interview that he was just responding to people who are doing personal attacks on his family. That's a load of BS. There wasn't really any attacks on his family before this whole Who's Lou documentary started, and that was after he deleted his sock puppet account. He was using that account to attack people like Mick West and Steven Greenstreet and rile people up and sow division. And to what end is really my question now. Why he says that his audience isn't UFO Twitter. If his audience isn't UFO Twitter, why does he have multiple sock puppet accounts engaging with UFO Twitter and doing all of this nonsense? Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm at a loss, really.
Let me tell you, when Steven Greenstreet clipped that's when Lou Elizondo got pissed.
Because then it's New York Post.
When that clip was taken and shared by Steven Greenstreet on Twitter.
By the way, I'm not pissed off, but I think I did it first. I could be wrong, but I think
maybe
I did it first.
Maybe you did, but
you're right. Nobody cared when I did it, but New York Post,
it wasn't even
Steven Greenstreet.
No.
Yeah.
It was that was literally the link I got from Lou Elizondo when he messaged me. And he wrote something along the lines of, this is why I don't want to do interviews anymore, because people take what I say out of context and then they form opinions like your buddy Squiddy here. And I'm like, bro, he's got a right to be pissed. Like, he's got a right to be pissed. Okay. And that was the day after the whole your mother hooker analogy. And he had 24 hours to think about it. And then we went on the next day and he was pissed. Rather was I've never seen Rather that mad ever. And what really
he seems to be so level-headed that I was surprised.
He is.
Because he's always so even-tempered and he's like the Walter Cronkite of UFOs. He's so matter-of-fact and calm.
That's why I was laughing so hard when people were like, what's up with that Rather attacking John, John Ramirez? He's so rude. He's so unhinged. I'm like, you think that's unhinged? Like, so let me get this straight. This face of Rather, this is the guy that's breaking Lou Elizondo. Like, give me a break. This is the guy that's breaking John Ramirez. Like, no, I'm sorry, that's bullshit. But what was the thing that I told Lou when he got mad at me, and this is our last conversation. I was like, you have no right to be mad at us. Okay, as much organizing.
You just asked a question.
Yes, but before that question, not only me, but Rather and Michael and Jane and a few other people behind the scenes devoted so many hours to the Big Phone Home 1, 2, and 3. We did all of those things. Well, not 3, but part 1 and 2 for sure. Like, you're talking easily a few hundred hours of booking guests, making websites, putting together congressional call lists, writing scripts. Like, there were so many things to do to make those events work. And we did it all for him. We did it to help him. And so for him to turn around and be like, I'm not doing your show anymore because Steven Greenstreet took a clip from Rather being justifiably angry, and you're going to use that as the excuse of I'm never coming on your show again. Fuck you, dude. Like, we've got skin in this game. We've got skin in this game. And I told him, I didn't say fuck you, but I was pissed. But I was like, look, here's all the things that Rather has done in defending and helping you. So if you think he's a bad guy, good luck, dude. Like, I'm sorry, like, you're wrong. And that's when, right then and there, that's when I was like, fuck this. Like, this is bullshit. I ride or die with Ratterby squidding all the way to the end. He's so damn smart, and he's so just reasonable. And that's why I loved having him on my show, because anytime I tried with every fiber in my being to never put my belief system into the show, but that's impossible.
Yeah,
but anytime I got too far with that, Rather was there to check my ass, right? You know, so that's what the beauty of the show, you know. So it was really insulting. It was a slap in the face to hear or read what he said to me after that clip came out. Yeah, man, it was really, it showed me exactly who he was. And then you add the sock puppets on top of that, and then you add the things that he was calling people in a text to me. Like, it was too much.
You also have to add the fact that you were so supportive of Lou Elizondo for all this time. You have 7 interviews with him that were all overwhelmingly positive, except for this one time he didn't like one question and something, you know. So then the whole Twitter brigade of fake, nameless, faceless accounts comes out of nowhere. I've experienced this many times. And you're suddenly the bad guy. They used to all rah, 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 cheer you. And one question that Lou Elizondo didn't like, and suddenly you're a traitor, you're a backstabber, you're this, that.
The question was the green light for everybody to really hate me. But right before the Big Phone Home 2, we were getting this from UFO Joe, from Witless Citizen, from you know, that conglomeration of whatever the hell they call themselves, you know, like these positive disclosure advocates who are behind the scenes nasty, fucking awful people.
They really are so nasty, and they disclosure at any cost. You have to dox people, threaten people, intimidate people, harass people. We're getting our disclosure, and anybody that says anything negative about us getting our disclosure, fuck them. You know, it's crazy.
No. Well, it was, but what was crazy is they were attacking me for making money on the show. That's where it started. It was like they were chastising me for making money. I was like, dude, my show's free. My show's 100% free. The podcast is free. The YouTube
I always say the same thing. Like, we got to talk about one thing here. This is what I'll say. This is so funny. So people who don't like, I'm going to tell you the truth. You know, listen, you haven't heard this, but it's got a good ending, so it's okay. So people. People that don't like Lou start sending me his Patreon, and they go, he's taking all this money from people and he doesn't even do anything.
My Patreon?
Yeah, your Patreon. Yeah. So everybody's sending me messages that don't like you, saying, Steve, and to be very honest, a few of my Patreon supporters sent me a message too, because they go, every month you're posting this extra stuff on your Patreon, and he's taking all this money and he's doing nothing. And before I looked at it, I was pissed. I go, yeah, because every month at the end of the month, it's like a mad dash. Oh my God, maybe I forgot. I didn't give him enough. I got to go do all this extra stuff for the couple $100. And by the way, I'm happy to get it, but it's a grind every month to make sure you get that extra stuff. So before I saw Lou's Patreon and what it said in all the tiers, I said, he's just taking money. He's not doing anything. Yeah, fuck that guy. I got to bust my ass every month to make this extra content. Then I looked at Lou's Patreon, and he has these tiers, and every tier says the same thing. You will get nothing extra, but you'll be supporting my show. You get nothing. You get a whole lot of nothing. Extra you nothing. You get nothing. I mean, and then you look at the next tier, $10. It says the same thing. You get nothing extra. Yeah. $20, $30, $50, whatever. And then
I had a $500,000
and I said, button. I wish I would have thought of that shit. I can't be mad at this guy. This is brilliant. And what Lou says,
brilliant.
and he's right, is you're just giving him the couple extra bucks on Patreon so that he could produce a good show and make it free for everybody. And I do that as well. And when people bitch at me about money, I say, you got to look, you might have to look at an ad or listen to an ad on the audio podcast, but it's free. You don't have to. It's optional to give me anything, you know?
Unlike other podcasts, I didn't put any of my shit behind a paywall either. I'm like, because I didn't want anybody. At the beginning, I was like, I don't want to be Linda Moulton Howe. I don't want to be. I don't want anybody.
Member section.
Yeah, I don't want anybody throwing the accusation you're only in this for the money. And so it blew my mind when people were saying I'm only in this for the money. I'm like, you're fucking crazy. Like I'm doing 5 shows a week. I'm not giving you anything fucking extra. Like, give me a break, dude. Like, this is a free show. The podcast it's available immediately. The only thing I charge for is the merch, which I have no choice. And then the Patreon
money to make it, yeah.
And the Patreon is volunteer. Like you volunteered to donate that money. And same thing with the super chats. The only thing with this at the beginning of the show, I was because I watch YouTube shows too, and I love when I put in my $5 and they read my thing as they're doing the show, my question or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's the same thing too. That's optional though. You don't have to give anything. You can just listen.
Right. And so when I started getting my show was getting just bombarded with super chats. I loved it. Whether Lou was on or whether whoever was on, we would always get a ton of super chats, and then that made a lot of people fucking jealous, especially UFO Joe and Sean Rash and all those other guys. And they're looking at my show. They're like, why is this guy getting so much super chat? And then Sean Cahill starts chiming in with, his whole broken philosophies about how this shouldn't be entertaining. I'm like, bro, no matter how you break this down, it's going to end up in a newspaper. It's going to end up on a TV show. It's going to be a movie. It's going to be a news program. And all of those things have attached to it advertisers and advertisements and commercials and all sorts of stuff. So it is entertainment. Whether you like to, I don't give a shit if you write a book, if you do a magazine, if you do a podcast, it's entertainment. This is not a science.
Yeah,
and some of these
I didn't
podcasts,
understand the criticism about the money thing.
No, it was insane. But
I just went like everybody on YouTube that's monetized has ads or takes super chats. That's the way this works.
Especially with UFO Joe, where he begs people for money.
Oh,
and here's Steven, here is the absolute kicker. After I did the big phone home, I was like, okay, I see the formula. I see how we can really make this work, have a lot of fun, and possibly make this a career. And so I started reaching out because I thought they were my friends at the time. But 2 people in particular I reached out to, and I'll preface this with I have no problems at all with Danny Silva. But I reached out to Joe Murgia. I reached out to Danny Silva, and I was like, hey, I think I can help you build your audience, build your blog, come on my show once a week. Let's promote your show and let's see if we can get you this. I was telling everybody, I even told Sprague, I could see the Matrix. I could see the code.
You can all help each other out.
And so I was like, let's get as many knowledgeable people on this program as possible and help propel them and also, help us. And Danny was like, thank you, but no thank you. Basically told me I'm a lone wolf. I like to do things on my own. I'm like, cool, dude, no issue.
No, that's fair.
Joe was straight up like, no, not fucking doing that. And then he started attacking me. I was like, dude, you got some balls, man. The balls on you. It was just Sean Rash. That guy called me crying because he wanted to quit his show. And I was like, dude, I think you're doing something.
Going around.
I was like, dude, I think you're doing something special. I wouldn't quit. If I had the ability to call members of Congress live on my show, I would do that all the time. But I can't do it because I live in the state of California. You're not allowed to record people either side of the conversation without their permission. So unless it's an interview, I can't do it. And so I was encouraging him, dude, stick with it. I think I think what you're doing is cool, but again, the way he hosts the show, he's such a sad boy, and he play like he's such a victim, and he's always so sad, and he's playing his guitar with his melodramatic bullshit. And it was like, dude, your show sucks. That's why nobody's watching it. That's why nobody is donating. That's why you're having such a hard time growing, because nobody wants to tune into somebody who says, feel sorry for me. Like nobody wants to watch that. And so, I
some
tried,
people that are threatening. There's some people I've heard. Some people actually threaten their audiences, like they're not making enough money, so they have to quit. And then the super chats come pouring in, and then they do it again and again and again. Dude, it's ridiculous.
It's crazy. And here's the part that kills me: when people tell me I was in this for the money, and the money that I got from the big phone home, like this huge I showed everybody every penny I made.
I know, yeah.
Every fucking penny I ever made on the show. And if I was in this for the money, I would have dug in my heels, defended Lou Elizondo, kicked rather be squitting off my show, and I would have the most popular fucking show on the internet right now. The most popular, period. Lou probably would have been back. I probably would have had Sean Cahill back. Like I could have made infinitely more money.
If you would have just swallowed your pride and shut up about that stuff.
And not only that, but just play ball and spit shit that is not facts, or even there's no even ability to check to see if it's factual. And I wasn't going to do that, man. Like I wasn't going to do that after being manipulated and used, and having my private messages leaked, and having Richard Butt and Rob Heatherly, like these two maniacs attacking me constantly. And they're the ones who are leaking my messages. I'm like, dude, this is a shit show. It's an absolute shit.
I agree.
And here's the thing. Here's why I know, and this is really something people should consider. Here's how you know I'm being honest, because Lou Elizondo has not one time addressed any of the things that I've said on his text messages, on any of this.
If you were lying, he could correct you. He didn't. He
could correct me right away. Right away. He did it with Josh and Artemis. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He has the capability of correcting the record, and he corrects it anytime someone says that they're lying about him. He has not done that with our show once.
Well, and he didn't confirm or deny that the employment records I found were his or another Luis Elizondo. I still have not gotten an answer back from the government. I sent multiple letters now saying, is this Luis Elizondo, who's on Fox News and famous for UFOs, or is this another one not related to him? And nobody has gotten back to me. I sent it to him or tweeted it to him and asked, and no answer. So, and then I get shit like, you should have verified it's actually him before running with it. Well, I tried and nobody got back to me, and I thought by releasing it we would get more information, and maybe we still will. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? At this point, I don't think there's any information that's going to come out that makes him right.
Yeah, I kind of agree
right on the level that he's proclaiming that he's going to be right.
So all this stuff builds, and then can you just talk about so you decide to pack it in for a time at least?
Well,
because people keep asking me, is this a break, or is he packing that whole show in and he'll come back with something different?
I'm really still on the fence about it. Really. I just had a conversation today with a whole nother production team, and how to build their audience, and all the things that I've learned for the last 2 years, and applying it to their channel, being a producer for their show and getting paid for it. I don't.
So you might take a step
back. I don't
know. From being. I don't know. Being the talking head and be a behind the scenes guy. Maybe is that in your future?
No, I don't think. It just depends on what happens, right? Like if things go the way I hope they go, I'll never talk about this again. If they don't, maybe I'll devote some, because I do have some ideas of things that I want to like films I want to produce around this topic. And it's something I really wanted to do right after all of this shit went down, and I did my last episode. And you guys, I'm sure you have seen some of the videos some of the edits I've produced post last show. You know,
one of them got me a copyright claim. Thanks for that, by the way.
Yeah. You know, like
for those unaware, Lou made a video making fun of this. Well, talking about, not even making fun of, informing people.
I didn't even talk about her.
Yeah, well, there's a video that he produced that was really great about this Marina Sarin who, you know, wears Nazi earrings and goes on Nazi podcasts and talks about the good Nazis. And so he made a great video. I shared it, and the Nazi guy, sympathizer, I don't know the correct term. He's a big fan of Adolf Hitler. He loves the Nazis, Brian Ruha. Yeah. Copyright claimed my show because I used Lou's clip where he used a 1 minute, 30-second clip from that guy's show. We have, for those that asked me, we filed the legal counter notification, and we're just waiting for the clock to run out on him actually suing me in federal court to defend his copyright. He's not going to do that. And by the way, I think
he got kicked out of his house because he couldn't pay his rent.
Well, I guess I got nothing to worry about. We got 4 days to go before the deadline's over. TikTok, Nazi guy. TikTok, 4 more days.
Yeah. Well, you know what's hilarious?
I've won every single one of these, Lou. 17 of them. I've won 17 false fair use strikes.
Well, what's funny is they didn't. When I put the video up,
they did something different to you.
It's still up on Twitter. But what they did is they claimed that the video was private. And that the footage was private, and I had no right to use it. And I'm like,
oh, geez.
I pulled it publicly.
Like I pulled it YouTube video
for public YouTube video. And I was like, how did I get this if it was so private? But not only that, go to BitChute, and I found the same links with the same interviews on BitChute, and I sent them the BitChute links. I was like, if it's so private, why is it public here? So I'm waiting to hear back as well. But yeah, that's
can we talk about that? This censorship problem. There seems to be this huge problem for those unaware that if you are critical of someone, even if you provide even if you make a video and you provide all kinds of evidence and things like that, there seems to be this new, I don't know that it's new, but these guys that you talk about fairly with and use a little clip of them in fair use, instead of they're copyright claiming people. Recently, a filmmaker made a whole documentary about Third Phase of Moon. And they copyright claimed it off of YouTube. He's very scared. He didn't know what to do. He doesn't want to get sued. So we put it out on Odyssey and all platforms. But this rush to just like, let's threaten these people, copyright claim them to get it taken off. It's always so people don't see criticism of them. That's very wrong, you know?
No, look, man, it's... You know, I feel like eventually YouTube will figure these things out. It's difficult, you know, because I don't think YouTube has a staff with that equates to as many videos that they have to review, you know, and so they have to build algorithms to figure out whether or not, you know, those things. It's going to take some time, you know. As far as I'm concerned, things like that are growing pains. They don't really piss me off, just as long as at the end of the day, if you're right and it is fair use, that YouTube goes, okay, you're good, kid, go for it, you know, and that happened to you 17 times. It's happened to me a couple times. So I've got faith in the process, but yeah, it's frustrating because anybody can just go to any video you have and be like, hey, it's copyright. And then video, like YouTube doesn't even look at it. They just take it off immediately, depending especially on what the claim is.
It does piss me off from just even a timestamp point because you know, it's going to take me 2 hours or an hour at least to file the paperwork. And then you get to have this 10-day period full, at least for me, it's always full of anxiety because I have to wait. Is a process server going to show up with subpoena in the next 10 days to my home? I don't think so. But
unless you're doing Disney,
about that.
Unless you're doing, like I'm telling you right now, I think the only person that maybe would have money to do anything remotely close to that would be like a Brandon Fugel or maybe a Gary Nolan. Anything outside of that, fucking forget about it. They're not going to come after you. They're just
so there's just an annoyance to get a critical video of them taken down.
No, it's annoying. It's annoying.
But it kind of shows it kind of shows their mindset. Like, oh, I'll just get this video taken down so people won't hear this criticism of me. Just take your lumps, bro. You know.
Well, but you know, the best thing that Sean Cahill did was copyright striking a thumbnail, because that immediately brought a whole bunch more eyeballs.
You know, when that happened, that's my first thought. I was jealous. I was like, I gotta get Sean Cahill to copyright claim me so I can get some bump from him doing something.
When I saw that, I was like, how dumb can you be? Like, how fucking stupid can you be? Because you know my response is going to be like, hey everybody, Sean Cahill just copyright strike my thumbnail. Like
it's
really,
a thumbnail too, a still image of a public image on YouTube that
he doesn't even know.
25 websites, you know,
that he. And by the way, I won the copyright claim, so thanks, Cahill. And I ended up putting.
Lou, I don't know if you're Christian or Catholic, but every time somebody does something like that to me that I know is going to get me extra viewers and numbers, I always do the same thing. I say, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank the Holy Spirit.
I don't know if I'm thinking,
me, you know?
I don't think God. I laugh at the stupidity of it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, dude, you guys are counterintelligence guys. Like,
yeah.
You don't realize, like, that's why
I work for the government.
When Lou went after the Area 5, the Who's Lou documentary, I'm like, bro, your public lambasting of this is bringing more eyeballs to it. Because if you're pissed off, people are gonna be like, well, shit, I wonder what's in that documentary that made him that mad. You know, I'm gonna go watch it.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was telling people,
and I told Manny he should cut a commercial for that, just of the shit he said and the shit that he's, you know.
No, it's the best endorsement that you could possibly get. And honestly, I would have taken a picture of, because when you get a copyright strike, you know this, Steven, it tells you who put the strike on, you know. So like, take a picture of that, man. Those are bullets for the gun, dude. Like, and the part that shocks me, the part that absolutely boggles my brain, is that these guys are veterans. They went into the military to literally fight for our right to burn a flag, fight for our right to be a Nazi if we want to be a Nazi in America, fight for our right to say and do whatever the hell we want on our little soapbox when and wherever we want. So, and also, especially for Lou, you're Cuban, dude. Like, the Castro regime, what they did to our family members in silencing media, silencing political adversaries, silencing anybody that had any kind of dissent.
Yeah, you would think he would understand these things. It's
like,
crazy.
you think somebody like that would be like, hey, man, I don't like it. I think it's inaccurate, but he's got the right to make it. He's got the right to, I fought for that right for him to do that movie. It is the philosophies. That's why I call Sean Cahill a broken philosopher, because he is. He's as deep as a puddle. Like it's just it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It goes against everything I would think that somebody would volunteer their life and a quarter of their youth to go serve.
It's enough to say this is entirely un-American. This is just stupid and un-American.
It is. It's the most un-American thing for you to say, I'm going to copyright strike your freedom of speech and your right to fair use. And also just like,
yeah, and by the way, I hate to keep harping on that, or you know, I don't really want to waste time on them because it's not. But this is the copyright claim from Blake Cousins of Third Phase of Moon. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Blake Cousins. But here's where it gets worse, though, and I want your opinion on this. Their defense, a lot of Third Phase's defense for putting up things that are known terrestrial objects like Chinese lanterns, space debris, and all this other stuff. They have two defenses. The first is we don't have time to do intensive research, even though a 5-minute Google search will tell you that's a rocket launch, that's space debris, whatever. And by the way, we caught them We caught them dead to rights, taking what they knew was a space debris video, putting it on their channel and pretending it was a UFO. But their second defense is, we're just putting this out there. If you know what it is, let us know. And then people take the clips of them faking shit, explain how they faked it, and let them know what it is. They copyright claimed the person. So that excuse falls apart.
When I got to talk to Blake and he was telling me I should be careful with the things I say, I'm like, me? What about you? Like, you're a hoaxer, man. Like, everything you guys have done has been bullshit. Like, you're gonna sit here and chastise me on what truth is? Go kick rocks, dude. I don't have time for you. And I'll be honest, the best thing about that documentary, with the examples of all their fake bullshit, my favorite one, hands down, and I think it should have been the one that should have led the documentary, was that Filipino monster.
Where they pretended to be somewhere.
Holy shit!
For those unaware, they pretended that they were in the Philippines on location filming and interviewing people. They put only Asian-looking people in the video and said they were in the Philippines.
It was only 2, and those are not hard to like. It's not hard to find Pan-Pacific descents in Hawaii, you know what I mean. But the
fact that they would lie about the location that they were filming it in, stand in front of cameras. And Rich said, "Oh, they admitted to that. Great, then that means they are admitted liars." And also, somebody made them change the location. Who made them? It's their video. Who made them stand there and lie to everybody? It's so stupid.
The funniest. I had to stop the video because I was laughing so hard when he first gets on the pickup truck and he puts his bag and he's like, "We're traveling to the Philippines." And then the truck drives by this school bus that's been abandoned and it's got trees growing around it and stuff. And then the guy goes to the Google image search of that street and the exact same bus that's sitting in Hawaii is on there. I was like, dude, this is brilliant. This is so fun. And then to have the gumption and the temerity to turn around and defend that is
here's where it becomes complicated.
Chef's kiss.
Well, not complicated, but like Rich, first he said they haven't hoaxed anything ever. Then when evidence that they did, then the new talking point was these guys got to go back 10, 11 years. And in his defense, that time that they stood there and lied and said they were in the Philippines was a while ago. I don't know if it was 8 years ago, 11 years ago. It doesn't matter. But then the talking points became 5 years. They haven't faked anything in 5 years. And now Rich has moved the goalpost again and now says 3 years. And this new piece we have coming out, this one I'm editing, it's going to be out this week, shows only stuff that they faked in the last 5 years and the last 3 years. So it's like, why are you still defending this garbage peddlers? You know?
Can I just say something? I want to say it straight in the camera.
Wait a minute. Here you go.
If you're watching Rich Giordano and Goof On for good UFO information, do yourself the favor and just walk off a cliff, man. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of your time. And Rich, you're a scumbag. You're such a scumbag. I can't I think he'll always have his core audience, but he's losing it. It's going away, and his excuses are so bad. You are the biggest loser on UFO anything. You're just the absolute worst. And I cannot. I wouldn't wish you upon my worst enemy. And that's it. That's all I got. Stop watching.
Sorry.
Stop watching Goof On. Stop watching Goof On.
Well, thank you for the excellent clip. I'm sure that's one of the things that people tuned in to hear. But
but you I get. Sorry,
and in full disclosure, I don't like this guy because he's lied to people 4 or 5 times now about why we stopped talking. We stopped talking because I had an argument with Third Phase of Moon and said they fake so many things. Then he lied to his audience and said they never hoaxed anything. There's no evidence. Then he made a video of me claiming I have pedophile friends and that may make me a pedophile. Then he made a video making fun of my paralyzed eye, and he still keeps going with this. And it's all to defend Third Phase of Fake. I'm sorry, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. They're frauds.
If you guys want to see a really funny clip, there's an interview on Alien Addicts channel where me and Rich go toe to toe with him and 10 other friends. But what was hilarious is I called out Third Phase of Moon to his face, and the silent. Just look at Rich's face while I'm.
I'm so glad you reminded me. I'm going to clip that and put it in this new piece.
So funny.
I'm clipping it and putting it. I'm making a note. I'm making a note. I
So
remember
funny.
that.
I mean, at one point, I think he even goes, like silent. Yeah, make a good point. Like, dude, it's wild. So that's why I was like, especially for Goofon to demand truth out of people, it's a joke. Like, you have no right to ask anybody for truth.
He keeps calling me a liar. And he says there's no evidence that they hoax things. I'm like, are you serious?
He calls everybody. He called his mother a liar the other day on the live stream. Like, there's not a person he's ever met that's not lied to him. He's always the victim. He's always in the right. He's never, ever, 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 ever wrong. But yeah.
After he called two separate people who were critical of Third Phase pedophiles, he then made a video claiming that he did nothing wrong. I don't even understand how he doesn't understand that you can't say things like that with absolutely no that's pretty damaging thing to say, And then he tells people, I started this. You call me a pedo on a live stream, dude. Are you fucking really? Yeah. I started this.
He's a piece of work, man. He's a piece of work. And the part that kills me, I genuinely put out an olive branch to him during that interview. I genuinely did. And I had that edit of him being a misogynistic pig I had it for that show. And I was going to play it on the show. And I was going to rip his ass apart on that show. And I decided not to. I was like, you know what?
It's good to have mercy. It's good to have mercy.
Let's take the higher road. Let's see if he takes me up on the offer to talk about my edit in private. I gave him the opportunity to be like, hey, let's talk about what you said in private. And if I'm wrong or if I'm overreacting, then I'll apologize. But if you're wrong and you're overreacting and the things that you say about my friend you think are acceptable, then you should apologize, So he is the worst of the worst. I showed him mercy and he spat in my face. So I was like,
every time I get over him being an asshole to me, he does something else. The latest one, this one I love. He tells everybody on his show on a public live stream that I'm begging everybody for super chats to buy my son a PlayStation.
I saw that.
But he's so stupid. What he doesn't know is I didn't beg for super chats for gifts, and I don't spend show money on personal expenses, but that's besides the point. What he doesn't know is I mentioned it on my show, and I just talked about my son's asking for a PlayStation and some games. That's crazy. That's like $1,000 with another controller. These gifts are getting so expensive or something like that. That's all I said on the show. We were just talking. And he doesn't know that my wife had purchased the gift a month before I even mentioned it on my show. And meanwhile, he's telling people I'm begging for super chats so I could buy a PlayStation that my wife already purchased a month before. It's so stupid. And it's all just deflection to muddy the waters. He goes after anybody that talks about Third Phase. He went after this Out There channel guy so bad, calling him Pedo Paul and all this other stuff.
It's so wild too, because
all the guy did was debunk Third Phase videos and show their face.
Dude, but what's funny is I've watched the Out There channel. I don't know him. When I say what I'm about to say, it's not a knock. It's just he's
a little out there. I'll say it that way. He's a little out there.
Maybe, but we all are a little bit, especially if you're in this field. But the thing what was funny is the power structure. I would watch the Out There channel and I literally would be the only one in the stream for an hour.
Yeah, he
an
doesn't do so well
hour,
live.
and
Yeah.
he does. Nobody watches his show, and there are a multitude of reasons why. And I don't want to get into that because it's not about bashing him. But for you, as a channel with 8,000 subscribers, to constantly attack the guy who's got 2 people in his live stream because he said something bad about you,
You're right.
just like Sean Cahill, you dummy, you're pointing people right to his channel. Like, you're
to see those debunks of third phase. Yeah.
Just ignore it, you moron. Like, it's just so stupid.
Well, I will say in his defense that if most of his show is about busting third phase and secure team and all these fakes, and remember, I've gotten to know him a little bit. He's a computer science guy, and his show is like, watch as I do image analysis and prove to you that this video is fake. And not a lot of people want to tune in for this super sciencey way to show they're fake and stuff.
And it's look, I'm not.
He's a good guy. Like, he's one of the good guys.
Like,
he's a good guy.
Again, the amount of people who watch a show is not indicative of what kind of person he is.
Yeah, but the fact that 8,000 subscriber, you're right. Why, why go after him?
Why it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? And so that's my point. Is like, why are you punching down? You know, and that's Jay-Z's like whole mantra is like, bro, I never punch down. Like, anytime there's a rap beef and some rapper from wherever the hell he is talk shit about Jay-Z,
shut up. Yeah.
It's not even so. I don't acknowledge you. like you don't exist in my world, guy. Like, and so I think it's like, I don't understand. Like, it's the same with Lou. Like, why are you punching down? Like, in the grand scheme of things, the 13,000 subscribers I have is so insignificant to the entire world and the conversations that are going on.
Yeah,
like, I have no influence. I've got nobody's listening, like, you know, outside of the core folks that love my show. Like, this is not going on Fox News, my breakdown of what Lou Elizondo did to my channel, you know, like, so every time you attack us, you just, in my opinion, you make us look better because you're the guy with, I don't know how many subscribers Lou has on Twitter, but it's like infinitely more influence, infinitely more status than what I have. So it's like, bro, you know, it's the same thing with the Manny film. Like, it's like, your status is so much higher. Why are you going to acknowledge something that doesn't even, it's like, it's like,
I wonder that myself.
It's like an ant trying to pick a fight with the sun. It's like, why?
Third phase, 800,000 subscribers, and they're telling everybody I'm a liar and all this stuff. Like, okay, like, we've got evidence and facts and things, and I've, you know, like,
800,000 subscribers that nobody watches.
Yeah, look at their view counts. It doesn't match. It doesn't match up
because everybody knows they're full of shit.
Yeah.
They're liars. Everybody's caught on to and not only that, but like, the special effects that they use are so bad. Like, they're so obvious. I remember even in the early 2000s or mid 2000s when they were becoming a big thing, and I would sit there and they were like the only UFO thing, and I'd be like, you know, I like, at first when I see those, like the first videos they would come out would be these points of light that were in a triangle, and they would move like this, right? They would all succinctly move together across the sky, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then you'd get a second video with eerily the same kind of movement and definitely the same lights, and you're like, wow, man, this must be going on a lot. Then you get number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
one thing
9,
I've
10,
noticed,
and
one
then
thing I've noticed
is
when they find something that works, they keep doing it. They keep doing it.
They hammer it. They hammer it. But dude, yeah, just all the little things that you found in that edit, like his ponytail and his red shirt, and like, just like, they're so stupid. They're so stupid. And this idea that
clear,
Rich
though,
is like,
that was made by Sapiens Culture. This first one was put together by Sapiens Culture. He had been posting all those things on Reddit for quite some time, and I've been talking to him. And I said, you should put it all in a video because it's easier to digest. And, you know, and he did. And he did a great job. I thought he did a great job. He never made a movie or anything.
I wish I was there to help him edit it. I wish I was there.
His next one will be better too.
But to be, and if he's listening, please give me the rough cut before you put it out, and let me give you the things that just are a little polish on it, because I was like, this is actually really good. And if I only had one complaint, it's just like, well, he's clearly not an editor, and that's cool. There are ways he could have made an hour and a half into, I don't know, less than an hour, and it would have been a little quicker, a little more in your face.
No face.
But other than that, dude,
but
like,
I think it's great.
It was such a beautiful timeline and
collection. Yeah,
dude, it was amazing work. So hats off. Really great
you know what
research.
else I think was the funniest part of that whole thing is that Rich is defending against that and saying that it's all lies and all this stuff or stuff they did in the past. And he said four times. He said four times on his show, twice on his show and twice on Alien Addict show. Well, I didn't watch it. Well, then why are you talking about it, you dummy? Why are you defending against something you didn't even watch, you stupid?
Oh my God.
Like, that's so stupid.
Dude. Here's the little video I made of Nazi Girl. He went on his show without watching the video.
And without researching her. He never researched her.
Yeah, no, he also, you didn't have to research her if you watched my video. Like, it was clear as day. And you could tell he didn't watch the video. He's literally he's watching the video for the first time live on his show. And when she gets to the part of her talking about good Nazis, he goes, he literally went, and then he shut the video off. I was like, holy shit, this moron didn't even watch it. He didn't even, and then he doubles down and still, because he hates me so much that he refuses to look wrong, so much that he defended a Nazi sympathizer.
That's pretty bad.
Like, oh my God, dude. When I saw
in my case, he's going on all these shows telling everybody how wrong a documentary is that he didn't even watch. And then he says, and then he goes, I watched 20 minutes of it, and it's all stuff from 10 or 12 years ago, because it started with the oldest stuff, and then it gets up to modern 2020, 2021. So he looks like an idiot because he's saying things that, like, you dummy, it's in there. We had to give him a timestamp. We had to give him a timestamp for the modern stuff, and then he didn't want to talk about it.
I'm gonna renege the little message I had earlier and tell everybody tomorrow, go watch Goof On, because if you want to see somebody melt down, he's gonna watch this. And I feel like he's there right now, losing his shit. Trust me, tomorrow's show is maybe going to be the most hilarious thing ever that he's ever done. Like,
I was kind of thinking that the most hilarious show was going to be to watch him squirm after this next 2.5 hour documentary. He's not going to squirm. 3 years and 5 years.
He's not going to squirm. He's not going to watch it, Steven.
On that so many times. Yeah. They didn't think anything in 5 years. They didn't think anything in 3 years. They never faked anything.
He is.
Well, we're probably all contributing to a meltdown of his, but I don't care.
Oh, without a doubt. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. I love when he gets mad at me. It's the funniest thing in the world. It's so funny.
Lou and Cambian call out Goof On tomorrow's.
Hi, Bree.
He'll call us liars or something too, though. You know, like he's got to put something in the title to make us the bad guy here.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Of course. He's never wrong. He's never ever wrong. But yeah. So anyway.
So what have you? Listen, everybody's asking me, what have you been doing during this time off besides making these videos that you made? Are you playing golf? Mostly, are you trying to rest? Or
I've played golf twice. Mostly I've been just I started a new job, so I've really been sort of focused on that.
Good for you.
And booked a national commercial. I've got my sketch show coming up this Wednesday at the Upright Citizens Brigade in Los Angeles, which is the best comedy theater in LA. You know, a lot of Saturday Night Live alum have gone through the UCB program. So That was really great because I didn't think I was going to have the opportunity to do that because I auditioned for it right before COVID, and then COVID happened and all the theaters, everything closed. Yeah. So I was really bummed out about that for 2 years. But yeah, we've got our first show on Wednesday, so I've been really focused on that. And then anytime between that, just hanging out.
But wait a minute, just to be clear, this is a professional show. And somebody said that you don't do that or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, go look at my go look at my IMDb and then come back to me and tell me I'm not a professional actor. I dare you. So
well, the moment I think the moment that you're paid, Lou, anytime you're paid for it, you're a professional at it. Like I was in some shitty indie films, but I got paid, so
Yeah. I mean, it's dude, it's especially if you don't grow up in a family of people that come from the industry, it's really difficult to break in. You got to be really just relentless, and you got to be able to hear the word no a lot and just put it behind you and keep going.
Yeah. I got an audition tomorrow. Thanks for calling back. Yeah.
But what was really funny is the second I quit the show, I started booking stuff again.
Because you had time.
Right. I've got time. I mean, like a lot of people don't know this, man, but I'd say at least once a month, I would get, a network or television script or a film script where it was, 6, 7, 8 pages long. And I had to memorize these scripts and also produce, depending on the time, either 5 shows a week, 1 show a week, or 3 shows a week. We went through a lot of different, of those transitions of how many shows we were going to do a week. But like, dude, I sacrificed my acting career for this shit. To help Lou Elizondo. Like I'm sure I did not book a lot of the auditions I went on because I wasn't 100% focused on it because I was, doing this. I was trying to provide my audience with, and I wanted to do it. Like I'd love to do it. So
yeah, I'm trying to get back to that here. I'm trying to get back to like, let me have a good time. Like tonight was good, so thank you, because we laughed a lot and everything. Like this is when it's fun, when you're having a good time, when you're laughing and you enjoy doing it. But I struggle with that myself too. I'm like 4 or 5 people are asking me to do more shows. I'm like, I'm doing 4. There's not that much going on, and like I have other things going on in my life. I might cut it back to 2 or 3 because I think
one show a week is more than enough. 1 show a week is more than enough to get everything you need to get set out. Like you can break down the whole week. I did it in a 2-hour show. I mean, there was some shows where like, fuck, I wish we had another hour, but hey, look, if you could leave the audience wanting more
next week.
Yeah. Well, and usually you don't even, you just move past it because there's new stuff next week. There's new stuff to talk about, So if you leave, it's better to leave yourself and the audience wanting more than to try and like, at least for me, I never liked doing 4-hour shows. It's just like, it's too much, dude. Nobody's watching a 4-hour show.
No, I agree with you. So, I really agree with that. Always leave them wanting more, because if you wear out your welcome, they're going to get sick of you and they don't want to see you again,
Yeah.
So for me, it's always a balancing act. Like, I don't want to do more than will be supported either. Like, some people don't understand this, but there was a point where I was getting 500 views a video no matter what I did. So I could do 1 show or I mean, when I was doing 1 show a week, all the views would come in that 1 week, and the same amount of views I would get for doing 5 shows 5 days a week. It just it didn't the math doesn't work there sometimes,
Yeah, no, it was the same for us, but also I was just like, we were hitting that wall of just like, shit, man, like how much more can we talk about this and the whole Lou thing and all that stuff. But not only that, like especially when it comes to Rather did almost from the Big Phone Home 1 on, he was there every show. And he didn't make any money off this, other than the exposure that he got to his channel and stuff like that. He just enjoyed doing it. And I was trying to build the show to a point where I could start paying Rather. Like that was like goal number one. Like I would love, and here's the thing about Rather, he makes a lot of money. He doesn't need the money. You know, he's always told me, he's like, dude, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care. I'm like, I know, but you know, it's like you're putting in the work. You should reap these rewards. But at the same time, like, I got to pay my bills first, you know, like I've got to, that's got to get done first. And, you know, I live in LA and it's fucking expensive out here, man. Like it's really, really expensive.
I couldn't even imagine. My bills are high enough on the East Coast. All my friends on the West Coast are like, dude, you have no idea. Like I have a friend that's paying something like, I can't remember, but it's a couple $1,000s for a tiny little studio apartment. It's like $4,000 or $5,000 and it's like 1-room apartment. And like, you know, that's crazy. You know,
no, it's absolutely insane. Absolutely.
I wanted to get back to the McGowan thing, though.
Yeah.
And everybody's asking me, what did you think of the Jeremy McGowan revelations and Lou having superpowers and all this stuff? And like,
well, here's let me, man, McGowan. McGowan was such a huge part of our show at the beginning. And there's a really long story with McGowan. But eventually at the end of all of this, I called him up and I apologized profusely to him. Because he was warning me over a year ago about all this stuff. And I was like, look, maybe you're right, but the way you're doing it is losing people and you're losing me. Like, I don't see the things you're saying. And I haven't experienced any of the things that you've experienced. So it's very difficult for me to just, you know, take your side publicly in this. I'm like, I want to, I know you're a good person, but like, you understand the position you're kind of putting me in here. And then of course he had some public spats and really when you've got the retrospect of the last year and a half to almost 2 years, I look back at that time and I was like, fuck, he was just screaming at the top of his lungs because he was angry. He was confused. He felt taken advantage of. And it wasn't until, you know, the whole leaking of my private messages in the felon list where I was like, oh shit, I get it now. Like I 100% understand what he's saying. And then him and we've spoken a lot since that. And, you know, if there's one reason, if I do continue with this effort on whatever level I continue it at, my number one motivating factor would be to justify everything that McGowan said and did.
Well,
hindsight is always really bad. But just to answer the question,
hindsight is always 20/20, though, so people can't blame you for getting it wrong.
I mean, and
or not even getting it wrong, just having a different opinion. You know,
well, and to Jeremy's,
you know,
to Jeremy's credit, he was really understanding. When I was like, man, I'm sorry. Like, I'm really sorry. I wish, you know, because we had some really deep conversations about this whole thing a year and a half, 2 years ago.
I really like him. I think he's one of the good guys.
No, he is a good guy. And I would just to answer the question about what do I think about his articles that he's written or blogs.
Yeah, because that's important and people want to know your opinion on that.
I think they are really spot on. But what I would tell people is if he puts it, I can't remember because I don't have the article in front of me, but if he is putting he would quote things in the article in either an italic or a bold print or in quotes. If it's in quotes, italics, or bold, really pay attention to it because it's a direct quote. He's not saying that off of memory. It's a direct quote that he has
tapes
that he has. Okay. Yes. I'm not going to go into any further details because that's for him to release when he's convenient or when he feels comfortable, excuse me. But I'll tell you this, Jeremy McGowan is going to have his day in the sun without a doubt. and I would really, really, really pay attention and take what he says into consideration and reread those articles or those blog posts and really, really dive deep. And I would also recommend people to go back and watch my last show, because I put a lot of breadcrumbs, especially when it comes to the Skyfort team. I would, if I were people in the audience, I would Google every single name and do some research on every single name on that thank you letter that Sean Cahill wrote about Skyfort. And if you think the felon accusations that were being thrown at Manny and that were being thrown at Green Street and Greenwald or whoever else he considered,
and by the way, people got confused
the
because my name,
5x5
my name was mentioned in that exchange,
Yep.
and people got confused, and I had to defend that I am not, and I'll say it again just for any confusion, I am not a convicted felon. I have no criminal convictions.
Yeah,
you know.
but even regardless of that, according to him, you're mentally unstable, and
Yeah, I'm one of the mentally unstable, I guess.
Right.
Yes.
You know, so like, and you know, again, like, you don't expect your heroes to talk like that. And people were like criticizing me. Well, it was just a human moment. He was frustrated. Sure, you know, I get that. I understand that 100%. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt on that. But the second I saw his true colors, and what he did after Green Street posted that clip of Rather, that's when I started looking into that, what he sent me in that text. I was like, well, shit, now I'm going to go back and revisit this. Because I have to. And also it was just eating at me. It was really, really eating at me, because John Greenwald, especially, he's just helped so much, because John Greenwald wrote the templates for the Big Phone Home 1, and he also wrote the templates for Big Phone Home 2.
And by the way, so tonight you have mentioned, I have so few people on my good guy list, and there's another one. He's just a good person. He tries his best. He's facts, he's evidence, you know, he goes where the stories lead him. He's not tilted or like, you know, I was surprised that they went after him the way that they did, because he's just a not, you know, well, or this is what I will say. Me, with my presentation and attitude at the time, yelling and screaming about fraudsters and con artists, I could totally understand them doing something like that to me, but not John Greenwald. He's like the Walter Cronkite. He's like spitting. He's so calm and matter of fact and
respectful.
Insanely
respectful. I mean, if I only had one critique, if I only had one critique about John, it would just be that I think sometimes he likes to keep the mystery of this discussion alive, because, hey, the mystery of this is good for views. It's good for business. You know, but at the same time, I it's minuscule compared to all of the amazing work that he does, the documents that he pulls out, the feet that he holds to the fire, the way he helped me when this whole Lou Elizondo private message thing leaked. And it was John who made me realize that I got gaslit by Lou Elizondo in real time. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Wait a second. Look at this text. Like, really look at the message. And again, like the biggest defense of that message was I got the comma in the wrong place, or I misunderstood the comma. And I'm like, okay, cool. All right, fine. I misunderstood. Fine. But then that makes the list even worse. That means that there's 5 people who you didn't name that are felons, and then all of these other people. So that's 10 people. You literally just doubled it because you wanted to harp on a comma. Okay. And then when I showed John Greenwald, he's like, no, I took it the exact same way you did. I remember when I got the text, I showed my girlfriend. I'm like, how are you? Like, she's the only person that saw the message outside of me before this whole thing blew up. Nobody saw this. Nobody saw this message until essentially Lou Elizondo wrote us off and told us to go kick rocks. That's when I started checking into it. But when I got the message, I was like, wait, is he calling John Greenwald a felon? I read it like 10 times. And then I showed my girlfriend. and my girlfriend is an executive at a $1 billion company. She literally last year she made 4 times what I made. 4 times what I made.
Yeah, I got a wife like that. You should stick with that woman. Trust me, you'll have a good life.
Well, beyond that, but she's also really good at reading documents and getting
like anytime lady, obviously in that position, she's a smart lady.
Yeah, no. Well, anytime I'm like, hey, babe, am I reading this wrong? What do you get out of this? And then I'll let her read it, and when she read it, she's like, is he calling John Greenwald a felon? And I'm like, I think so. Like, that's what I'm getting, right? And I'm like, there's no. And when I looked at the list, and I apologize for this, it was a rush to judgment. But when I looked at the list,
I'm over
when
that.
I looked at the list, I said to myself, okay, John Greenwald, no fucking way. There's no way he's a felon. And then I looked at Green Street, and I'm like,
Maybe something in his past.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know, because I don't know Green Street that well. And then I looked at who else was on the list. Manny 503 and it was and the cousins, the Third Phase of Moon. Those were the 5. And so when I looked at Third Phase of Moon, I'm like, I could definitely believe those guys are felons. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. And then I looked at the rest of the list, and again, like, just basing my opinion off of what I first saw, I'm like, I can see these other guys. Yeah, they're a little crazy, like they're crazy. Like, I've watched their shows, like they're unhinged, right? And of course, I've changed my opinion on that, and I've, again, apologies for
no, that's fine. Actually, but I did check in with Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Goof On, both at least claimed to me, I didn't do thorough checking, that neither of them have criminal convictions. The Cousins brothers were rich, just to be clear, because I don't want to help spread any disinformation.
No, and again, I'm telling people what I was thinking when I saw
it.
And sort of my justification of going, okay, shit. Like, because people also go, why didn't you just go to Lou? I'm like, because he just told me to go fuck myself. Like, why would I go to Lou and try to get clarification on something like that? Like, I'm going to get lied to. Of course he's going to say, no, that's not what I meant. I didn't want to hear that. I wanted to go to the sources of the people he was talking about. And I just straight up asked John. Like, I was just like, dude, I'm sorry. I prefaced the question with so many apologies. And then I asked him the question. He's like, Jesus, no, no. And he told me straight up, he's like, look, Lou, he's like, if you want,
oh yeah, he was going to pay for a background check, just so you can be sure.
I'll pay for the background check. I was like, John, I don't need you to do that. I believe you. I didn't believe this rumor at all, but I have to ask you because of the person it's coming from. And he's like, well, who's it coming from? I'm like, Lou Elizondo. Like, I was hesitant, but at that point I had to tell him. And then.
Yeah, and what does Lou do when even spreading rumors about this? If he doesn't have that background check in his hand, and he knows for a fact that people are felons,
Steven,
that's crazy that he would spread this.
I hope, and I can't wait for John Greenwald to one day come out with his side of this whole debacle.
Oh, he'll do it. He's just too methodical, so it's going to maybe in the next 6 months.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of other things too, but yeah, dude, it was like I was flabbergasted. So, like, that's why I did what I did, and I don't have any regrets about it at all. And anybody else, and again, I did not show. I told John what was it. I read it to him, but I never shared a text message with him. The only time I started sharing that message is when I saw that Rob Heatherly on Twitter clearly had the message. Clearly he saw the text, because he was getting commas, and I was like, when I saw it on Twitter, I was like, wow, that looks pretty much exactly the same. And then I looked at the message, I'm like, oh shit, he's got the text. Okay, well, since you have the text, Rob, release it, because clearly you have it. The pressure at that point was off of me, because the whole world was screaming at me, you've got this list. You've got a list. I want to see the list. And I'm like, I'm not showing.
Everybody wanted to know who the felon 5 were. Turns out most of the people on the list weren't felons.
Yeah, but not only that, but like I was gonna hold I was never going to share that private message again because of the state that I live in and just the morality of it. Like, it was a private message. It wasn't something that I meant to get out in public on my live stream, but it ended up happening. And so even after that, I was me and my girlfriend, after that episode, we drove down to San Diego, and I was just the whole ride down trying to figure out, how do I fix this? Yeah. How do I deal with this? Because I'm in a tough spot. If I release the message, then I'm Jeremy McGowan, and I'm anybody else who leaks private messages on Twitter, like a coward or somebody who's untrustworthy. If I don't leak the message, then everybody's gonna just attack me forever about this list of felons. And I was like, but I'm willing to eat that shit sandwich. I'm willing to eat it. And so for the whole weekend, I just sat and I stewed on it. I was like, damn it, dude. Like, I was like, why am I the falling on this sword? Like, I'm falling on this sword for Lou Elizondo. And I mean, I'm like, why am I doing this? I was so pissed. And then I came up with the solution. Literally right before all of this Twitter shit happened, I was like, babe, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I was going to come on that next week, and I was going to basically say, the list is real, the message is real, but it's not incumbent upon me to release it. It's incumbent upon Lou Elizondo. Yeah. If Lou Elizondo wants to release it, then I give him my blessing. I was going to give him my permission to release the message in full context. And that's what I was going to do on the show. But then when I saw Rob Heatherly clearly had the message, I was like, okay, well,
let him release
it's public now. People know about it. So then I just turned the pressure on the Rob. And then that's when I started getting messages from Richard Butt saying, demanding an apology from me in exchange, for not releasing the message. I'm like, fuck you, dude, release it. I don't care. Like,
I want you to release it. Yeah, don't take me out of this shit.
And people, and I labeled that as blackmail. It's really shitty, terrible, not very powerful blackmail, but it's blackmail nonetheless. The action of it is what it should disturb people. The idea that Lou Elizondo got his buddy to blackmail me to get an apology out of me is that behavior, that chain of events is so disgusting. It should make your skin crawl. But no, it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal that he had sock puppet accounts and was yelling at journalists and reporters and calling them liars and calling their research bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter that he released messages to Rob Heatherly and a guy named Dick Butt who claims that he works for the intelligence community, and then now they're using those messages to give to what they wanted was an apology out of me. They wanted
to manipulate you.
So that way, when the message comes out, they could say, well, look, Lou apologized for it. He misunderstood. So no big deal, everybody. He misunderstood. That's what they were hoping I would do. They were hoping I would just fall on the sword and go, I misunderstood. This was a completely huge misunderstanding. It was my fault. And okay, everybody, go back to whatever it is you were doing. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm not going to do that. And so that's, it's just these people who are like, that's not blackmail. Yes, it fucking is. It is literally the definition of blackmail. Is it like blackmail that, is going to make me, like blackmail, where it's like a national embarrassment? No, like, just because it's shitty blackmail doesn't justify your use for using the tactic. So it's just... It's wild to me that UFO Joes and people with anonymous Twitter accounts who
I hate those nameless, faceless
people. the Richard Butts and even the Rob Heatherleys and the Thomas Fesslers and the Sean Rashes and the Andy McGrillans and the Dan Zetterstrums and all of these guys who toe the line and play ball. Like, I showed on my show, I'm making $24,000 a year, and that's nothing to sneeze at. Incredibly grateful. But if I played ball and I didn't ask the questions I asked throughout the 2 years of my show, if we didn't grill John Ramirez the way we grilled him, if we didn't grill Lou Elizondo the way we've grilled, and honestly,
made twice as much at least. I would
oh my
predict twice
God.
as much.
Well, not twice as much. I compared my Patreon numbers to that UFO podcast. I had 60 Patreon subscribers, which was $600 a month. So that's $10 a piece, right? If you take my averages and spread that on the 475 Patreon members that UFO podcast has, that's almost 50 grand just in Patreon.
That
crazy. That doesn't include it's actually more. Okay. And I honestly think he's making in the $125,000 range between the advertisements on the podcast is infinitely bigger than the YouTube channel.
Yeah, and I hated to see that Kurt Jamungle, Theories of Everything, had him on, right, with Steven Greer. And to me, it was like, why do you need somebody that is just a total believer and promotes all of this to interview a guy who lies through his teeth constantly?
Because
in full disclosure, I was jealous. I would have loved to have been in that second seat. But I was even told that my questions were too accusatory, so they didn't ask not one of my questions.
That's wild. That's interesting because, I think if Dan has nothing to do with that interview, those questions get asked. Because here's the thing about Kurt is that he doesn't watch our shows.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't watch your show. He doesn't really watch my show or Andy's show. I mean, maybe every once in a while he'll tune into some of these things, but he's not a religious watcher of these things. So I think, just like a lot of people, Dan Zetterstrom is like, his betrayal for me was the straw that broke the camel's back, because that's the guy where I was like, I am giving him the most benefit of the doubt because I connected with him on a human level more than anybody else over there overseas. Like Dan Zetterstrom, especially after the first Big Phone Home and all the help that he pumped into doing that. And then, then Big Phone Home 2 happened and the support kind of tapered. And then there were other things that McGrillen was doing during my live stream that he said he was going to help promote that he hadn't promoted until I yelled at him. I was just like, when his comment about being an activist 365 days a year literally was some bullshit. It was some bullshit, but that was literally the green light for every single person to bash the Big Phone Home 3 and bash what I was trying to do. And it validated for everybody that I was only in it for the money, and I'm only in it for this, and I'm only in it for that. I'm like, guys, I dumped, especially the Big Phone Home 3. That was a lot of my effort, because I'd already had the website built, so I didn't really have to worry about that. Those are just simple updates. But getting the guests together, formulating the new templates, all of that stuff, I put easily 100 hours into Big Phone Home 3, and I think we ended up making around $400 from that whole stream. It's just like, dude, when you do the math, trust me when I tell you, I lost money. I lost money. And it's just that. So going back to Kurt, I can understand, because look, Danny Z has been helping him formulate questions for a while now. That's nothing new. He's been doing that for a while, at least easily since last year. And I think he got his claws in there, and then they got the interview with Steven Greer, and it was, I guarantee you, because I also had a pretty damn tough question for Greer, and I'm pretty sure it didn't get asked. I got to go back and watch the whole thing, so I'm not 100% sure, but based off what I've seen, that interview was a softball interview. It was just as softball as any of the other interviews. I thought for sure we were going to get at least one more moment like we did with Linda Moulton Howe, where you just corner the bullshit and you watch them squirm. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I think Dan got in there.
Defense, he did ask him for proof, and then Steven Greer just kind of backed him up and was like, well, it's in the book. It's on,
Yeah, well,
I don't
of
need
course.
proof. It's in the book or something.
Right, but I mean, like I had a
and the
very
physics.
specific-
He just straight tried to bluff a man who is incredibly gifted in physics in the realm of physics, and he just threw out a bunch of like word salad, the quantum vacuum and the 0 point energy, and like I am reaching out to Kurt, and I just want him to do, even if it's a 20-minute interview about that interview and what Steven Greer told him about the physics of free energy. That's
it'll
all
never
I want.
happen. It'll never happen because Dan Zetterstrom, I guarantee you, filtered out every question that was even remotely difficult to answer. I promise you that. And if you send him a request for an interview and Dan gets a hold of that request or sniffs it, he's going to be the first person to tell Kurt, don't go on that guy's show. Don't go on that guy's show. Even
That's
though you provided
Kurt
one of the
okay.
best questions that was ever asked on the show.
I think me and Kurt are okay though, so I'm hopeful, and I'm gonna ask him.
Kurt is not the kind of guy, like, at least from what I gather, in the few interactions that way, he's not emotional. He doesn't react.
Yeah, he's very level. Yeah,
very level-headed. So I think he genuinely believes in Danny Z, just like I did, and he's got every reason to, because he probably hasn't seen the things that I've seen and that I know about those guys. I know they're full of shit. They're not in this for real disclosure at all. At all. They do not want real disclosure at all. They say they do, but they don't do anything for it.
Especially not if it ends their paychecks. Like, what if disclosure happens tomorrow?
But here's the thing. Here's my theory. I don't think anybody's getting paychecks from that show. I think there's only one person getting paid from that show, and it's not Dan Zetterstrom. I think Dan gets I think he makes his money from the art that he makes, and I'm sure maybe a couple of others, he's probably got a real job, but I don't think he's getting his fair share of producing that UFO podcast. I promise you he's not. And I mean, that's just a theory. I don't have any proof of that, but I have a feeling that that Andy McGrillen keeps most, if not all, of that income. And trust me when I tell you, it's over $100K a year, without a doubt.
Wow.
Without a doubt.
And I got to stop hearing things like that though, because I listen, and I always have to preface and say, here's the thing. I have other streams of income, so I'm not trying to make my show my job here. But when I hear what other people get, I get pissed off. I go, oh,
it's not that I get here. It's not the money that pisses me off, because everyone has a right to make something.
It's what they do for it too. It's what they do to get to that.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the, especially with this topic, like, and that's what I don't like. If you're dragging out the mystery just to keep it mysterious, then you're doing the discussion a disservice. And if you're not asking hard questions of the people making extraordinary claims, you're doing a disservice to this discussion. And I hate to break it to everybody, there's no nice way to ask a hard question. I don't care who you are. It's always going to come across as, oh, you're attacking me. And these shows, especially that UFO podcast, are afraid. They're cowards. They do not want to ask tough questions, not because they're not.
They're going to risk that income. Income.
Of course they are. Of course they are. But it's like, so that's the problem. They're protecting a narrative that is bullshit just to protect their pocketbooks. And that's where it bothers me. And so that's why I called them out like I did, because I'm like, who the hell are you guys to call me a one-day activist? Who the hell are you guys to tell me I'm in this for the money when you guys put every single show behind a paywall?
And it takes 3 months to go do that 3 months of work to go do that 1 day of activism, you dummies.
Yes. I mean, it's so dumb. And not only that, but I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steven, but I'm pretty sure, what day was the Big Phone Home 3? Whatever date it was, I think it was, I can't even remember, dude. What is it? What month are we in? So
October,
August,
yes,
August,
yeah,
I think it was August 13th. Last I checked, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but August 13th, that counts as part of the 365 days a year, right?
Yeah.
Am I missing something? So like if you're 365-day year activist, then you should be promoting the shit out of my event or our event, however you want to label it. Like it's, and if anybody else did anything remotely close to the Big Phone Home, I'd be the first person to get up and support it, no matter who it was. If Goofon did it, I'd be like, if assuming that everything's done in a respectful and responsible way, I would say,
no
hey,
calling people pedos or talking about people's tits.
I would say, hey, look, I disagree with a lot of what this guy does, but here's where we do agree. Here's where we do have common ground, and that's what I would highlight if anybody else did an event like that. But they don't, because they don't have the fucking work ethic to do it. They don't. They just want to bitch and complain about my event. Like, it's like, dude, you guys suck. Like, you guys suck.
They're free to go do their own if they think they can do a better job.
They can't do a better job. And I invited everybody to do their own. I was like, take my idea. You go for it. The more of these we have, the better. Like, I don't care if I was like, dude, use my website. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care. But that was never reciprocated. Especially after Big Phone Home 1. That's where shit really started. Like, after Big Phone Home 1 and how successful it was and how positive it was and how many people we got. Like, I got Jeremy Corbell and Jeremy Reese to do a show in the same, time on the same day with the same person. Like, it was crazy behind the scenes what people were doing and saying to me. Like, it was insane to organize that first one. But like, but then after all of the positive of that
somebody wants me to
down,
do it monthly. I would do it. I would do it.
Shit.
Especially if Luke came on when we did it. I would do it.
Well,
I would totally
dude, I did what was it? 1 8-hour live stream for part 1, and then I did 3 8-hour live streams for part 2, and then I did an 8-hour live stream for part. So that's 40 hours of just Big Phone Home live streams. Just the live stream was 40 hours worth of work.
That's crazy.
So imagine, especially if you know anything about production, if you've got 40 hours of content, it probably took you 120 hours of organization. Easily.
And that's very fair.
And that's being conservative. Like, that's being conservative.
Think about it.
On that time.
Like, let's say you have a guest and that guest is on in that hour, but you didn't do that. You probably had like 2 guests an hour or something.
Dude, I had.
But the point is like, you got to book the guest. You have to write the questions. You have to make show notes. You have to have thumbnails or pictures of the guest to promote their appearance on the thing. So 3 hours per hour is fair.
Forget about
more than
that.
Fair. Yeah.
Imagine trying to be entertaining.
For that many
hours. All right. Yeah. Like, it's exhausting. And I thought I honestly, I could have I could have done another 8 hours on the first Big Phone Home. Easily. Yeah,
that adrenaline that's how will kill you when you're done, though.
Oh my God. No, I was wiped out. I was wiped out the next day. But yeah, man, it's absurd. It's absurd that anybody would call me a traitor, a backstabber, a liar, a drama starter, if they knew even remotely how much work I put into all of this. I would hope they wouldn't call me that, but of course this is UFO Twitter community. It's just an unreasonable ask, I suppose. But it's just insane to me that I went from, and I don't know why, especially the haters of this can't look at, oh my God, for 2 years, this guy was the most positive, hardworking,
people
inclusive.
People were a little weird about the 180, but they have to. I understood it immediately. Some people, it's taken them time to process it and understand why the 180. And that's another question that I have for you. Somebody asked me if you're going to continue to make these videos where you are incredibly critical of all of this. And honestly, I think you should, but
well, man, if you think those are good, I've got some really great ideas that I've already talked to a few people about, but you know, I just, again, I think of, you know, like what is my energy best served doing? Concentrating on my career and my desires for success and goals that I want to reach, or making videos where I get the, you know, where that's going to make me feel really good.
I love those kind of videos myself. I do those kind of things and I feel great about it when I'm done. I go, this is great work.
Right. You know? No, but I mean, but the time, especially if it's like, you know, I'm not talking about doing live shows. Live shows for me are infinite. I can do a show with my eyes closed. It's so easy. But to
the editing
the
is
way
tough.
I want to do,
I'm learning
so much.
It takes so
not
long.
Even, I mean,
it takes so much time.
Editing, I enjoy. It's the, you know, but if it's gonna be good, it's got to be written out. You better have a script,
storyboard, and a script.
Have, So like, it's a lot of work, and it's like, well, do I want to devote all of this time and all of this work when I could be taking that energy and that time and that dedication and that drive and just put it into acting, you know, or putting it into my golf, or put it into, you know, another production company that wants to grow on,
you're absolutely right. Don't you think this? You only get so much juice. That's what I call it. I call it juice. Right. And sometimes, Lou, I get pissed off because sometimes I said, I'm working so hard doing this show, and just like you, I have this cabin it's almost done. I'm going to finish a lifelong dream. I've been building this place for 5 years. If I walked away from this show, it would be done in a month or less. You know,
well, imagine
I go there and I do like a few hours, and then I come back and do 25 or 50 hours here. So I'm not making progress on that.
Imagine if you never did the show. That cabin would
be done 2 years ago. Starting on my other one, yeah.
You know, so like it just. So I don't want to. You know, the thing is like, I want to, if I do this, like I said earlier, it's for McGowan. It's for people like McGowan. It's for people like Stephen Greenstreet. You know, it's for people like who were, you know, Stephen Greenstreet had the Basement Office. Man, season 1 was absolute fire. Everybody was praising him like a fucking, like a,
and then he had the 180.
Like he had the 180. And then season 2, everybody's like, you're a fraud, you're a fake, you're a liar, you're this, you're that way. Whoa. What happened? Like, what happened here? Like, he was one of the greatest researchers 2 years ago. Now all of a sudden he's a liar and a wife beater, whatever the hell else you want to throw out there at him. Like, it's just, I'm done taking these accusations, especially on Twitter, seriously, because when I see people taking pictures of John Greenwald dressed as a Nazi for a History Channel show and then sharing them on Twitter as if like that's his real thing, that's why I was just like, okay,
and especially the viciousness of some of these people is crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And then you look at the accounts, and they're likely, if they're not just some incel sitting in a basement jerking off to porn all day, it's probably a sock puppet account of one of these people that, you know, has pledges on their public Twitter telling you about how they're never going to lie, how about, you know, they expect everybody to be respectful to one another, and you know, espousing these morals and these codes of conduct, and then turn around and have sock puppet accounts, multiple sock puppet accounts.
I mentioned this. I think that his ego must be like, there's something wrong there. For a guy to have to make a fake account so that he could go on Twitter when somebody says something
and
he doesn't
argue.
Like, you know what? And another thing, it's just so comical. You know.
I mean, I love when he talks about how fragile people are. Like, dude, you are the most you are like you're fine China, in a rugby game. Like
Yeah, Steve
you
Long
are.
says this, and I want you to hear this because this is important, and so many people have expressed this to me, similar things. So Steve Long says, I get prioritizing, but hopefully there's more contributions coming from Lou in the future. In fairness, the BS got 2 years of episodes in support and amplification, but only 2 episodes to amend for it. Some people, it's like no matter what you do is everybody's gonna think a certain way.
Well,
I don't think you owe anybody anything now.
you nailed
That's
it.
what
You
I have a
nailed it.
problem with.
You absolutely just nailed it. and this was because I had a lot of guilt after I quit the show. I had a lot of guilt because I was like, I genuinely believe that this community has a lot of mental illness in it, a lot of mental illness. And I think that parts of this community are just as dangerous and just as susceptible to believe things like Pizzagate. I really felt guilty because I was like, well, dude, you should do a show that calls this shit out, that warns people about this. But I don't owe anybody a fucking thing. And that's what my brother told me. You don't owe anybody anything. I have done more than anybody to try and bring people together, organize, speak in one voice, do it in an intelligent way so we don't sound like a bunch of loons asking for UFO data when there's threat of nuclear war, or when kids are going hungry in the streets, or when people don't have health care.
Yeah.
Like all of these real world problems. I empathize with that statement, Steve Long, and dude, I struggled with that until I talked to my brother, and he really made me realize I don't owe anybody a fucking thing. I really don't. And if I did do it, I would be doing it for me. But also, if I did owe anybody anything, I think the only person I owe anybody anything is Jeremy McGowan. As far as I'm concerned, he's the only person I owe anybody to, because I really had a lot of guilt in how I I don't want to say wrote him off. I didn't mean to write him off.
You didn't take his warning, though.
I listened to his warning, and the reason why I knew about the sock puppet account is because McGowan told me. And then when McGowan was like, no way. And then I saw, I think it was, I'm trying to it wasn't Brian Bender, but it was somebody in that vein who responded to a tweet from Faceless Bureaucrat. And I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something along the lines of, all right, Lou, just go to bed. All right. Like, kind of like
that was
stop,
great. Yeah, I remember. I don't know if it was him, but I remember that specific thing. Yeah.
But when I saw that, I was like, oh, it's true. And then that's when I posed the question to the group, like, okay, I heard this from McGowan, and then I saw this journalist actually call him out on it. I was like, should we ask this question? Are we that kind of show? And I eventually had the final call on that. And the reason why I didn't do it is a couple, many reasons. I didn't want to lose access. I didn't want to upset him. But I also was just like, in that sort of that UFO podcast mentality where just like, we're not that show. Like, I'm not Walter Cronkite. I'm not Barbara Walters. This isn't 60 Minutes. Like, I'm not here to make him look bad. Like, and at that time, that was the only red flag that I had seen. And I'm like, I'm not willing to bust this whole show for that one red flag. I'm like, I need more than that. So I sat and I waited. And ever since that first red flag, we'd get, I'd get other little red flags that I don't want to say what they were because there's a really long story behind all of them. And I don't want anything to be taken out of context, but I saw a bunch of red flags.
Yeah.
I saw a bunch of red flags. Then we had sock puppet account. Then we had leaking of private messages. Before leaking private, we had Go Kick Rocks, from the guy that we devoted hundreds of hours to. Then we got, the leaked messages and the blackmail. And I was like, okay, that's it. Like, that is fucking it. That's it. And this idea of having to fall on the sword for them. That's when I was like, and also, like, part of the reason why we asked that question was because I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for that last Lou Elizondo interview. It was Jennifer Elizondo that emailed me like 4 or 5 months before that interview saying, hey, Lou's doing this final tour and he wants to know if you want him on the show before he takes a really long break away from this. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? But I didn't ask him back on the show because we really didn't have any more questions for him. And I was like, well, he's taking a long break. We have this question that we've always wanted to ask. And I'm like, and I told Rather, a couple days before the show, this might be our
last chance to ask it, right?
I'm like, this might be our last chance to ask him. And I was like, so let's do it this way. I'll play good cop, you play bad cop, and because I'm the host of the show, and I've had, especially like, a lot of awkward moments where I've had to transition and be a good host and sort of smooth out the awkwardness that's happening live on the show.
I've been there myself.
Like the first thing I think of course, is Robert Salas, yelling on the Big Phone Home 2. What is this, the Lou Elizondo show? So like moments like that where I was like, okay, well, if he responds badly to the question, I could play good cop and sort of smooth it out, right? And then we got what we got, and it was like, fuck, that was crazy. And then we talked about it. We sat on it for 24 hours, and then we came back and talked about it live on the show. And it was like, yeah, like this is awful. Like, this is a terrible revelation about this person who we held in a really, really high regard. And I learned I had to relearn a valuable lesson that day. And essentially the lesson is, don't put anyone on a pedestal. Everyone is human. Everyone has things that they're not incredibly proud of, or things that they're super petty about. But not only that, but I started thinking about to all the heroes that I really respected, the people, especially when I was young, like 20, when I think about Che, and when I think about Martin Luther King, and I think about Gandhi, and I think about all of these civil rights leaders, JFK, like JFK cheated on his wife. He may have raped somebody. He was a drug addict. Martin Luther King Jr. hated gay people. He was a Baptist Southern minister who cheated on his wife.
Everybody's a little
Gandhi,
flawed.
Like Gandhi,
some of these guys are way flawed, though.
No,
like
way
really
flawed,
Yeah.
And so that's the lesson is look, you can respect people's philosophies. You can, of course, look up to them, but don't expect any of them to be perfect. Because if you put that expectation of perfection onto your hero, when you learn stuff like this, you're going to be let down tremendously. And
well, that old saying, don't get too close to your
don't
heroes.
meet your heroes.
It's don't get, especially don't get too close to them. You're in the entertainment industry. So was I for a long time. I have met some very people that I used to think were like really incredible people. And some of them, I wish I never would have met them. I wish I never would have gotten to know them or what they were really like. I would have rather just seen them in movies or TV or whatever. And thought what I thought about them, like what a great person, what this, what that. Some of these people are, it's not good to meet your heroes. Maybe that's the problem. You and I were like moths and we got too close to the flame. Right.
But here's the thing is he's got to take blame for that too. Because look at his pinned tweet. These values that he espouses to the community, like about who his character is. It's all a lie. Like it's like they're lies. He's lying. And so, it was, again, like, I think for me, especially because I actually, like, here's a funny interaction that when I first met him, the meal's wrapping up, they're paying for their check, and he's like, hey man, you want a picture? and I wasn't going to ask him for a picture because I don't do that. I'm not a star fucker. I don't get like I've worked with Tom Hanks. I've served food to Anthony Bourdain. I've served food to Madonna, Oprah Winfrey.
It's nice when they
like,
offer, though, right? Because
of
then
course,
if you don't feel awkward, they're offering. You
correct,
don't feel like
correct.
the needy person. I have the same rule. I will never ask a person or even suggest it, but if they offer, fuck yeah. You know,
well, he was like, so he says, "Hey man, you want a picture?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, that'd be great." So he's like, "Hey," he hands his phone to somebody. He's like, "Hey, take a picture of us." And I was like, "Oh shit, it's on his phone. Maybe I'll just get it with my phone when it's done." And so after the picture's taken, he grabs his phone back. He's like, "What's your phone number?" And I gave him my phone number, and he texted me from his phone. And I was like, "Wow." He's like, "Anytime you're in Encinitas, come down." He's like, "Give me a call and I'll give you the tour of the shop and the facilities." I was like, "Are you sure, bro? Because I'm gonna call you." You know, I was super excited. You know, I was like, "Wow, this guy is cool." You know, and like again, when you like, there's no doubt in my mind if I never spoke to about UFOs with Lou Elizondo, I'd love him to death. He's a really, really personable, very he feels like a guy's guy. Like I could have beers with him. He's very good at making you feel comfortable around him. And I think that was really genuine. Like my first interaction with him, there was no agenda from either side. You know, it was just I was working in one of LA's best restaurants, and the production team of the History Channel walked into our restaurant.
It's funny how many things you don't know this, but there's so many things that you and I have in common that we both never knew. I worked in fine dining when I was very young. I loved working in fine dining. I loved it. In fact, every once in a while, I think about going back to that extremely part-time, just because the best time, one of the best times in my lives was when I was working in fine dining. I just loved the people. I worked at a really nice Italian restaurant that was run by a famous family, and we had dinner together before dinner service. We had lunch together before lunch service, breakfast together.
Well,
some days I was there from 8 a.m. until midnight, and I spent so much time. It was great, and you get to meet all these people, and you feel like you're doing something good, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've been doing it for 20 years. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of broken. I don't want to do it
that's
anymore.
About as that. I didn't do it even that long, and I got burned out and said, that's enough.
Yeah.
You know,
like I've been just like, just like the UFO community, the restaurant business will take you in, chew you up, and spit you out. They don't give a fuck how loyal you are, how hard you work, how much money you make them. It doesn't matter. It just does not matter for most restaurant owners. I don't think I've met one where I was like, wow, you're genuinely in this for all the right reasons. I'll take that back. I have met a couple, but restaurants that I haven't worked at.
I worked for a few that I thought were good people.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, I've if you've ever seen the show The Bear, those are the kind of environments. Those are the environments that I've spent a lot of my career in, and I thrive in a lot of ways in that kind of environment, because the thing about me is I don't make a lot of mistakes, but when I do make a mistake, I make it at 100%, and that's what that's what I told this last interview I went on, because I'm working at this fancy French restaurant now in LA, and that's what I told the GM when I interviewed. Like, look, I'm not perfect, but when I do make the mistakes, I'll make them at 100%. So I really want to be done with that part of my life, but because I quit the show, like I took to do the show, man, like I took a huge pay cut. Like I was making $70,000 a year working in a restaurant. Then the pandemic hit, and it killed everything. But it also gave me a really wonderful window and opportunity to go, you know what? I'm going to really give 100% to this.
That's another thing you and I have in common. I was doing this shitty audio podcast. Almost nobody was listening. The pandemic hit, and I realized early on, we're all going to be stuck in our house. with nothing to do. My business was in the shitter because of the government regulations and all the other things and the lockdowns. I said, I'm just going to do this. I'll just do this 100% and see what happens. Water the garden. Yeah. Both of us got.
So I would, I'd made about $24,000 a year doing the show, and then I would do Uber or Lyft part time.
I did Uber and Lyft as well. See that?
Yeah, I would
like, and we used to be like, fuck that guy, and not know how similar the two of us.
No,
and so many things that we had in common.
It's amazing, and that was the whole philosophy behind the Big Phone Home One. It's like, look, I think we're losing each other, especially in this community. We lose so much in translation, especially on Twitter. And I was like, let's put all this bullshit to the side. And one day, I think we could all agree the government definitely has more data than we do. Like, I don't care how cynical you are. I think anybody and everybody can agree. Yeah, the government's definitely got more. So let's try and use the system, as broken as it is, that we have in place, and see if we can institute any real change.
And somebody really wanted me to ask you your assessment of the whole UFO situation after all that you have been through. What is your whole assessment of the actual UFO situation?
It's a good question. I think it's tough because I've had this sighting that I've sort of hung my hat on, and it's sort of was a really big I don't want to call it a scar, but the way that memory has sort of scarred itself on in my consciousness and in my brain. It's really difficult for me to let that go. But I also know that it's a 29-year-old memory. And I know for a fact that the human mind, and this is fact, the human brain is the worst record keeper of all time. And every time you access a memory, it's not the actual memory you're accessing. You're accessing the last time you remembered it or the last time you thought about it. So you lose details. You lose a lot of things that you thought you remember correctly. But I know for a fact that there's no way I'm remembering that event 100% correctly. So after this event, I really started questioning my experience, and I'm kind of at this point now where it's either, I've got, I don't know, mathematically speaking, it's more mathematically probable that what I saw was a plasma ball in the middle of the field, and other people also saw it. It's more mathematically possible that it was more likely something like that than it was an alien craft coming from another world. My thought after everything that I've done, after everyone that I've spoken to, after some things that I've heard and things that I've seen that I can't talk about because they're not mine to share. I think 99% of what people are seeing is U.S. military tech. And I think the stuff people were seeing in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s, because everybody's like, oh, what about the 40s and this and Roswell? I think that if there is a phenomenon, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is improbable. But let's just say it is real. Let's say the phenomenon is real. We're just not going to define what it is, but let's say there are craft, solid craft, there are plasma balls, there are things that move at insanely incredible speeds and do insanely incredible maneuvers, and people have witnessed them, not only civilians, but military witnesses. Say all of that is fact and it's true. I can promise you that the United States government has never caught it. They've never back engineered it. They've never recovered crashed materials from it. They've never dissected anything of it. I can't imagine an intelligence that has the capability of traversing galaxies would build something that would crash. That seems so fucking stupid. And if they do crash, how come they don't crash anymore? How come they've never crashed in a city?
Yeah, I've
How
heard
come
these
they've,
arguments before. It's always in
like,
the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere.
it's always something, and it's always a third. And here's the thing too, is every great UFO story, from Cash Landrum to Roswell to 2017, all of them, every single one of them, in one way or another, the narrative was either pushed by the Air Force or a military entity, or it had military presence. And that's where I'm like, this is ours. And it wouldn't shock me, okay, that our military and some very compartmentalized people know that the phenomenon is real, but again, they've never ever once come close to interacting with it or catching it or studying it. They just can observe. I think that's the only thing we have the capability to do. But I think that the military's ability to observe these things for the last 7, 8, 9 decades has inspired companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and the Department of Energy to start thinking of ways to recreate what they see in their instruments. So it would not shock me whatsoever if they figured out how to make objects maneuver with the seemingly extreme capabilities that these things project. Wouldn't shock me if the technology is really simple. Like, it wouldn't shock me if it was like, oh my God, really? That's it? That's how this amazing technology works?
Yeah, what a letdown, right?
Like, it would be a letdown, but it would also explain, like, hey, maybe we did have craft that moved like that in the late 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s, and now. Would not shock me at all. So that's kind of where I stand with it. I try not to be absolute on anything. So I'll leave the window open that maybe what I saw and maybe what other people are seeing are genuine and real, and they're confusing and sometimes scary. But I don't think aliens are abducting people. I don't think aliens are ripping the asses and tongues out of cows. I don't think
that's a great story, though.
I don't think that they've had secret meetings with our government. I don't think they're in communication with us whatsoever. I think it's if anything, like, I love Rather's sort of theory of the von Neumann probes. Like, wouldn't shock me if we were like a panspermia, where like a civilization sent out a whole bunch of probes that can re-replicate wherever they land, and then they
DNA
inject,
bombs,
essentially DNA bombs that can replicate and then move on to new star systems. Like, it wouldn't shock me. So I think we're getting into a very interesting time to for humanity. I think that we're going to start really asking and maybe even answering a lot of, like, there's just a lot of weird shit. It's so weird. And maybe we could start explaining how some of these weird things happen. But I don't think that the narrative that Lou Elizondo is pushing is anything but just noise and static to cover military tech. And I think part of this initiative the part that scares me and the part that I'm really kind of ashamed of is I might have had a part, even though it was minuscule and minute, and these gears were probably way in motion way before I ever did the big phone home. But the idea that they're building a state-of-the-art billion-dollar UFO office separate from the Pentagon like that, it scares me how this legislation is moving through without anybody really asking for it. And I got to ask myself, why? Why? There's no impetus. There's nobody like, yeah, we did the big phone home, but well, I mean, let's just say at most it was 20,000 people, right? Like, I can promise you there's more people calling Congress, about a lot of other things that are more important to them than this topic. And so the idea that the government is building a brand new office that is, as far as I can tell, going to have absolutely zero oversight, and it's going to have zero responsibility to answer to the public. That's why for the Big Phone Home 3, we were asking for all of the video, all full versions of of Tic Tac, Go Fast, and Gimbal. We were asking to improve the FOIA process. We were asking for the new Arrow office, or is it Astro or Arrow?
They keep changing it, so yeah.
I don't even care. I don't even care anymore.
No,
whatever it
that's
is.
Not it.
We were asking for that office to have quarterly public Ask Me Anything forums where anybody can come and ask a question to Kirkpatrick and whoever else is going to be running that office. So, like, I felt like our initiatives were super. Honestly, the most proud I'm so proud of the initiatives and the things that we did for Big Phone Home 3, because they were initiatives that help all Americans, not just Americans in the
Yeah, because if they're going to be
discussion.
transparent about this subject, they're going to be forced to be transparent about others. I agree there.
But I mean, look, we're asking to improve FOIA. That's something that all Americans should want. All Americans should want that. Because if we can improve FOIA, that means we can get more accurate news, especially when it comes from our government. And we could get more people, more John Greenwalds, I think is better for the discussion, not less.
I would clone that dude if I could. Yeah.
Oh my God. So would I.
Did you know this about him? That the government actually has a list of the people who do the most FOIA requests, and he's on it. He's on it every year for being one of the people. And here's something that people don't know about him, but I do, because I happen to know somebody who works in the government. They said that John Greenwald is known to so many different members of government that don't like the secrets getting out. Like, they see what he does, and they see all thousands, tens of thousands, however many thousands of requests he makes, and they go, oh, this Greenwald guy from the Black Vault again. And even people who work within the FOIA office all know who he is. They all know him. They all, it's amazing. Yeah. That is amazing. Well, I want to thank you for coming here. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize we went so far over time.
Dude, no, I was late, man. I'm here as long as you want me, honestly.
No, I don't want to keep you. Yeah, I want to thank you, and I hope you won't be a stranger. You're always welcome here, and we are going to be doing some different things where I think that you would have a good time.
Yeah, man. Let me know if I've got the time. I'll be more than happy to come on. Somebody had a question here, Craig William. What's Lou's take on Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett and Ezekiel's wheel? We had Tim Burchett on the Big Phone Home too. I really hate his politics. It's very difficult for me to take him seriously when he wants to restrict the rights of women's reproductive systems.
Did you ever think you would live to see this happen?
No,
I never thought I would live to see that happen. Never.
No, it's amazing what disgusting behavior the UFO community will just shovel to the side if they get the message they want to hear. They don't
care if he wants to control women's bodies.
They don't give a shit. Yeah. They don't care. You could literally be a Nazi But if you're saying the right things
Well,
that
we
make
should
me
show
feel
that,
good,
yeah.
that make me feel good about my belief system, I am with you 100%. And this guy over here, who's an actual journalist, who's actually been doing good work, he said the thing that I don't like. So therefore, he's a scumbag, or he's this or whatever. It's wild, dude. It's absolutely batshit crazy to me that people will put aside really disgusting behavior. And to be fair, I didn't know much about Tim Burchett when he came on the show. We had it was Dan Warren who linked us up with him because Dan is a constituent of his in Tennessee, and he's like, "Hey, I think I could get you a congressman." I was like, "That's fucking great." If I could get one congressman on, maybe we get a couple more. And then I started looking into Tim Burchett after the Big Phone Home too. I was like,
"Oh my god, yeah."
Yeah, I wish I'd known that. But again, it should, like, the philosophy behind the Big Phone Home 2 was, or the original Big Phone Home was, I believed, and I still do to a point, that UFOs, the topic is insanely bipartisan, because you had on one end of the political spectrum, you have a Marco Rubio, who is a conservative Republican who's into and is talking about UFOs. And on the opposite end of that political spectrum, you had, Hillary Clinton, having emails with Tom DeLonge, John Podesta, and walking out of meetings with books about UFOs in her hands. So like, in my brain, I was like, well, shit. If I could put Marco Rubio and Hillary Clinton in a room together for, let's say, 4 hours, and I could say, all right, guys, for the first 3 hours, you're only allowed to talk about the UFO phenomenon, UFOs. And then hour 4, you could talk about whatever you want. I think that 4th hour would be so much more respectful and so much more bipartisan, because they found this common ground of something they're both interested in. So to me, I was like, I don't, like, if you're a political, if you're a politician, like, I want to talk to all of you, because if that's my philosophy of bipartisanship, then it shouldn't really matter who's on the show. And if I could have, let's say, I could take that same formula and say, okay, Tim Burchett and Luis Jimenez, you guys sit in a room for 4 hours, and for the first 3 hours, you're only allowed to talk about UFOs. If I know, like, Tim Burchett, I know that he eats great barbecue. I know that he's got
He's from Tennessee. I could get along with him, and
he's got a really sexy Southern draw. Like, there's a lot of funny things about Tim Burchett that I like from a person. And just sitting there talking about UFOs, I think the first 3 hours would be a lot of fun. And then that 4th hour, I think it'd be a lot easier to talk to him about, okay, well, dude, like, why do you believe about, why are you like this when it comes to this? Or, I think that those really hard conversations are a lot easier to have if you can find the common ground first and then move forward. And then if you find that common ground, and you could both come to a place where you're being reasonable and rational, and then you continue the conversation into the more uncomfortable things, and at the end of that conversation you still don't see eye to eye, at least I could walk away and go, well, okay, I respect you, I just vehemently disagree with you. And we can have
that's the way it should be, right? Be allowed to disagree on certain. You're never going to agree with somebody
I can kind of, if you're going into it that way, I can kind of understand, like, the idea of, okay, I'm going to put away these things that I really don't like about him, and I'm going to listen to what he says about the things I really want to hear about. And, I think if I had the opportunity to talk to him, I think if we had that 4-hour window, I think I would walk away going, you know what, man, we talked about, who knows? Maybe I could change his mind. Who knows? But, like, I could walk away going, well, hell, at least I tried. At least I know who he is, where he stands. And this is where we clearly disagree. But here's where we do agree. And, okay, so instead of focusing on the things that where we disagree, let's focus on the things where we agree, and how can we build? How can we make each other better on the common ground? And so that was the philosophy behind Big Phone Home, and that's what I pitched to everyone who was a part of it, because one of the biggest things that was a problem for the first Phone Home was Jeremy Corbell was really scared to come on, because I was also having Jeremy Reese on the show as well.
That's
And
interesting.
he's like,
he doesn't want to go anywhere near that guy or
nowhere
me. He would have
near
been the same way with me too.
Yeah,
because
well,
of the
I didn't
Bob
know
Lazar stuff.
know who you were when I
No,
did
it's
the
fine.
first Phone
Yeah.
Home,
No, it's
and
fine.
I didn't care. Like, I was like, I was like, dude, anybody who's willing to help, I'm willing to talk to you. And so I had to sit there and tell Jeremy Corbell, like, all of these things that I just told you. I was just like, look, here's the philosophy. This is what we're trying to do. Like, I understand, and he's like, well, who came to you first? Did you go to him or did he come to you? I was like, no, dude, I went to him. Like, but I didn't. And then he filled me in on some of Jeremy's background and some of the things he's gotten in trouble for. And then I talked to Jeremy about those things, and him and I had a discussion on his show about some of these things. And I was like,
yeah,
and
people felt that that's all in his past.
Yeah.
He's a successful business owner, father of children. Everybody has a tendency to, That's not relevant to his Bob Lazar research.
Not at all. But also, not only that, I mean, look, like, for me, and this is what I told Jeremy, I'm like, look, I don't know Mr. Reese like you do. He hasn't shown me any of those things that you've mentioned. And I told him, if what you're saying is true, and he got in trouble and he had to serve time for the thing that he did, and he served his time and now he's out. He's repaid his debt.
Or however, he paid his debt to society. He paid it.
He was judged by a jury of his peers. He served his time. He repaid his debt, and now he's allowed to come back into society. And yes, he's allowed to have opinions. Like, and a lot of people don't like that. But once I explained to him, like, again, the philosophies and why I'm doing this and why I think it was important for both of them to do this was because, hey, this is our opportunity to show the community, we can disagree
what? I just
on a lot
thought you
of
should have.
things.
I would have loved it if you would have punked him, like bring on Corbell, and then go joining us now to talk to Corbell.
Oh my God.
Jeremy Reese, alien scientist. I would have paid money to see that shit.
He was so afraid of that.
Jeremy has been challenging him to debate him for several years, and Corbell won't do it. And bubble, and that's it. That's the way it is,
Right. Well, but here's the thing, right? Like, I think if you're looking for interviews like that, you have to be really tactful. You have to be really careful in how you talk about the person you're asking for something from. So like, if you're trying, if he doesn't do your show because you're fucking cursing him at the top of your lungs every show, yeah, okay, I could understand why he doesn't want to come do your show. Like, I totally get it. And he doesn't owe you that. He doesn't owe us shit. Just like Lou Elizondo doesn't owe us anything. He doesn't have to do anything. This isn't a communist country. We can't force people to do things. We could just put the impetus on them. We can ask them, we can request, but to demand, like, nobody has the right to do that. You just don't. And so,
But it is interesting that you were able to get people that really hate each other's guts to still appear together at the same event, and you should be a diplomat for some of that. Like, this is crazy.
It was, and I mean, the Jeremy Corbell said something similar to me, after it was all done, but like, it's sad because I feel like a lot of people are being taken for a ride, and I want to call them out. But honestly, I don't know if I have the energy, and I don't know if I want to put I do have the energy.
It's
I just don't know
exhausting.
if I want.
It's exhausting. And it gets like whack-a-mole. You know, they come back. Even like well-known, proven hoaxers like this Jonathan Reed. They wait 10 years and then they come back and they're you know, like, oh
yeah, nobody knows who they are. Yeah, but I mean, even like, look, you can make videos until you're blue in the face about how third phase of moon rips people off, lies to people, are a bunch of hoaxers, and you're gonna have people like Rich what the hell's his last name? Goofon. You're gonna have people that just refuse to look. And if they do look, they're just blissful about it. They're just like la 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 la, you know, doing this with their ears. And it's just like, you know, like I told you in a private message, like you could lead the horses to water, but some horses just want to drink out of a mud pit. Okay, you know, like go for it. And so, you know, that's why I'll probably leave it, unless I completely rebrand the show. I'll probably just leave the videos up as sort of just a timeline of how someone goes from the most supportive, positive, bipartisan effort in person to the most cynical, bitter, and fucking angry, you know, like, and it was
that would make a great movie. And you got all the film, most of it. You just sit in between the clips and explain this shit and go through the whole thing would make a great movie.
Yeah, no, trust me, I know. I've already started working on the script for my first video if I was going to come back. But it's just like, you know, it's so much work, and I'm like, fuck, dude, do I want to do this once a month? Not really. You know, and even when I do put this video out, it's not going to convince the folks that I'm trying to, you know, literally grab by the shoulder and shake the shit out of them and go, well, you know, smack them in the face and like, wake up, you know, like kind of like that movie Airplane where they're just smacking the shit.
They're all smacking,
you know, you know, like, so it's just, you know, why am I gonna put my efforts into that? It's
I feel kind of silly for this. I feel kind of silly for this third phase thing because it is. I'm putting together this whole thing, and I go, this is so much energy, and you know, I could have played with my kids with that time, or I could have anything more meaningful than this nonsense. So I totally feel you on that.
It's tough, man. It's tough. I'm very, very, very torn about what I want to do. And I mean, and conversations like this sort of help me navigate through my, you know,
I think you should focus on, like I said, like what is it that was fun and what did you enjoy, and just do that, and the rest of the shit can go by the wayside. That's what I'm trying to do, but it's a slow process.
It's tough. I mean, obviously I still have kind of one foot in the social media. Like at this point, I'm just out to troll everybody on Twitter. You know, like it's funny. Like this last weekend, there was this one dickhead. ET.com.
That guy's a dickhead.
He's such an asshole. So I was like, I'm just so tired, but I can't, like, I have to answer. It's just something inside of me where I gotta fucking blah, 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 blah. And so I came up with a meme.
You ever see that meme? Somebody's wrong on the internet, you know?
Yeah.
I do that myself, and I try not to.
I don't know if you saw the memes that I started putting out last night, but over the weekend there was the baseball playoffs are going on, and there was they caught in one of the broadcasts in the San Diego LA game where San Diego beats the Dodgers, and they got these guys in the stands, and the San Diego fans are high-fiving, and then he turns to look at this LA fan who turned around, and he's like, wham! I've taken that meme and I've just put ET.com's handle over. There you go. That's my meme. And then I put so I've got probably I put the Rugrats
so
music to it. Like I've probably got now like 5 or 6 of these ready to go in my phone. So anytime I get a message, anytime I get a message from UFO Joe, anytime I get a message from GoofOn, anytime I get a message from this idiot, ET.com, I've got the meme ready to go. And that's my response now forever. So now
that's a good way to do it. Yeah.
I get the satisfaction of responding, but
it doesn't take you an hour to write it.
It doesn't take me an hour, but not only that, they can't respond to that. And even if they do, I just respond with the exact same meme. And it's like it kills their conversation and their bullshit so fast. And I'm like, got it. You know, like I just needed a little time to formulate, like, because I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty fucking funny. And you're not going to.
No, according to some people, you're never funny. You're never funny. Yeah,
I know. But
you should have prepared a 45-minute set tonight or something. Yeah, you know, like it's so stupid.
Well, I don't fuck with me. You're not going to win. You're not gonna win. Just fucking go home. Take your ball and get the fuck off my court. Because you're not going to be a better smartass than me. You're just not. You're not. And so, you know, if you've got something nasty to say about me, I will fucking respond in kind. And if you really like, I've had a lot of people reach out, especially privately, and been like, hey, I'm confused about this. Can you explain why you did this and this? And I will take the time to walk you through it. And make sure that you understand, hey, this is where I'm coming from. And I think it's anytime somebody reaches out to me like that, it's always super positive, and they end up, you know, seeing it doesn't take much. You don't have to dig 20 feet. You literally just have to put the shovel in the ground and start seeing the shit that I'm saying is true. It's been really nice from that aspect. But yeah, as far as the haters are concerned, I trust me when I tell you, you're not going to out troll me. You're just not. You're just not.
Plan, yeah.
You know, and so this meme is literally my kryptonite for all of them now. Anytime somebody starts some shit and I will be making that meme with their name on it, and that will be my standard protocol responding to these guys going forward. And I think it's hilarious, and I think it's
me too. Again, and you know what they want you to argue with them for an hour, and some of them will. I used to do it, and I just, especially the nameless, faceless accounts that just joined Twitter. You know, like, I'm not arguing with you. You could be Lou Elizondo for all I know. Arguing with me about what a good guy Lou Elizondo is. I'm not doing this. I don't know you're not Lou. Fuck off.
I don't know. You know? I don't know for sure, but I have a feeling that the ET.com, the Richard Butt, there's a couple other guys in there. The uplifting tweets. There's a couple of accounts in there where I'm like, I have a very strong suspicion that these are the same guys who are running the other sock puppet accounts, because they attack you the same way. Mm-hmm. They attack you almost in the exact same way. And it's like they've all got their talking points. And the thing that, people always throw in my face, why don't you ask Steven Greenstreet about his racism and his this? And I did. I did it on my show. It was the most awkward fucking 5 minutes of the show's history. Like I did that for you guys, and I got shit for not. And then
somebody sent me the clip of that, and I went, holy. And I'm a show host, so I put myself in your position and went, holy shit, that was it was cringe. It hurt. Do you beat women? Soul. Like asking a guest, do you beat women? It was definitely. What do you think? Are you worst? What about this next thing that he's going to drop? Do you think he's going to?
I can't wait.
Do you think he's going to destroy Skinwalker, or is he going to be kind because he met them and they were kind to him? And
I think
softened up about it.
I think he's going to report what he finds.
That's a good one. Good. Yeah.
I think he's going to report what he finds, no matter
But
the relationships
people are all
or the friends that
wondering,
he's made.
is he gonna like really really
He
stick it to
spent the
them?
night. He spent the night in
I
Homestead
know.
too, all by himself. So, let's see what he says. I can't wait. I know for sure one of these Basement Office episodes is going to get into the cattle mutilation aspect of this. I cannot wait for that. Like, I cannot wait, because I think Linda Moulton Howe is the biggest fraud on the planet, and I can't believe that people walk on eggshells around that woman.
That's something
Because
we agree on too. Like,
no,
it's
she's
bad.
the absolute worst. And I gave her a fair chance early in my channel. I bought her her $40 documentary. I don't know if I have it around here, but you should
Antarctica one.
No. Her original film, Strange Harvest.
Oh, Strange Harvest, yes.
Which, by the way, slaps. That movie is awesome. Like,
it's good.
Oh my God, it's so good. The music, the editing.
That was the pinnacle. That was the pinnacle of her good work, though. And after it was a huge downslide. Yeah.
That was her first film. But like, what's hilarious is she said, like, I paid for this movie. Fuck, I wish I had the jewel case, because it didn't even come in a DVD. Like, you get a DVD with a sleeve of the picture. It literally came in like a CD-ROM, crystal clear, cheapest possible jewel case. Like, she burned like she burned it herself. And I was like, Jesus, this is fucking so. I paid $40 for this. And so then I watched the movie, and I'm like, fuck. I love this movie, even though I think all of it is terrible information, especially today. You could go back and just completely destroy all the points she makes in that film. But the editing, the music, the scripts, I mean, and this is what I said in my review when I reviewed it. You gotta tip your hat to Linda Moulton Howe to be a female filmmaker in the mid-70s to say, no, fuck you. I'm not doing it that way. I'm going to get my own camera. I'm going to get my own editor. I'm going to get microphones. I'm going to get lights. I'm going to do this soup to nuts all by myself. And then won an Emmy for it. That's impressive. Like,
well, no,
amazing.
Yeah.
But anything past that is
garbage.
Useless.
Yeah.
It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. And your question of the Alien video game cover, followed by my question of, well, have you ever just made a mistake and had to correct? Because I'm interested to know if she had, you had to have made a mistake at some point. And the fucking look on her face and the disrespectful shift in her body language, like, it was disgusting how she just sat there. It was hostile and unwarranted and uncalled for. It's the simplest question in the world to answer. All you got to say is,
start talking about her boxes full of
awards. Yeah, of course I made a mistake. Of course I've made mistakes. I wish I could go back and redo this, or I wish I didn't report on this, but or I reported on this and then I later found out with new information that was correct. So I had to go back and correct. Those things happen. But to get the answer of, you're attacking me, and first to be met with like that has got to be, I know the actual silence of it was maybe 15, 20 seconds. It felt like those are the those are the moments where you're like, oh my God, I'm in a time. This is a time warp, because this feels like an hour where she just sat there and looked at the camera, didn't say a fucking thing.
But don't you think that this is what happens when you live in a bubble where everybody walks on eggshells around you, nobody's honest with you or really tells you what they really think? That's what happened, in my opinion. She got out of the bubble where somebody asked her a couple of real questions and she lost her goddamn mind because she's been so sheltered and everything.
Yeah. Well, I think, and I know Leah Prime, right? She's in the chat, and you had her on the show last week, and man, she's a really smart lady.
She's a brainiac. I love her.
No, insanely smart. And she might not like when I say this, but honestly, I think the biggest disservice to this conversation in this community has been Coast to Coast AM. because Coast to Coast AM set the precedent and they set the formula to never ask a tough question ever. And when you do, you're instantly cast as an attacker. It's just like,
yeah, you may be right about that, but I did enjoy Art Bell growing up because that's all
I
we had.
loved Art Bell, Art Bell, but fuck, how much better this conversation would be. What better place it would be if every once in a while Art Bell just checked some people on bullshit, you know? Like,
he did occasionally.
Nice. It was rare. It was really
rare. Yeah.
Really, really rare. For most of the times he just played ball. And you know, that was his format, and it was new and it was different. And I don't think he did it with intention, but in retrospect, I really do think that show set the standard for how to do interviews on this discussion. And it also set a standard that you're not allowed to push back. And the second that you do, you're a debunker, you're a skeptic. It's just like, no, I'm just asking you a simple fucking question. It's really simple. It doesn't have. I'm an experiencer. I'm not here to destroy you, but there's some very contradictory things in your career. And I'd like to address them, you know?
Yeah, and there reached a certain point where she just did absolutely nothing to vet anybody. I asked you if it was the Antarctica documentary, because she has a documentary on, you know, the spaceship buried under the ice in Antarctica. And in it, she interviews somebody who claimed to be a Navy SEAL. And she asked him what his rank was, and he gave a rank that wasn't even a Navy rank. Like, that should be your first clue that he's not really a Navy SEAL and he's not telling you a real story, you know?
Your first clue should be she did a documentary about aliens in Antarctica without ever having stepped foot in Antarctica.
Yeah. Like, and here's the argument I make too. She claims that the people told her exactly where it was. There's tour companies. You can hire a company that will take you anywhere you want in Antarctica for a few $1,000s. If you really knew where an alien spaceship was buried in the ice, dude, if I really knew and I was really confident, I'd go out there with a goddamn shovel myself. I would. Yeah. Before I would go make a documentary. It's ridiculous.
Look, getting a shovel and drilling through Antarctic ice, I think that's incredibly difficult. But if you're going to put out a movie about Antarctica, the very least you can do is go there.
Yeah.
The very least you can do is go there and talk to the people who actually work there or work/live there, because nobody lives there. Everybody just works there and they stay there for months at a time and then they get the hell out of there. But those are the people, like, if I just to have the temerity to call your film a documentary and never have stepped foot in the country or the continent that you're talking about, it's just boggles my brain, dude. It's so dumb, it's so stupid, and people just
they just throw money at her.
They throw money at her, but they treat her with these kid gloves like she is incapable of not being a fucking fraud, and she clearly is a fraud. She's such a fraud. But
you know what? One of the problems is that some of the younger people coming in, they don't know the history, and I have had conversations with especially females who are like, oh, you know, she's a hero. She's so inspirational to me. They're like, did you know about this? Did you know about this? Did you know about this? Yeah. Oh, no. I've had to send people the links, and they didn't believe me. And like, I'm sorry, but this is the reality here, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want to, if you're looking for inspiration from female filmmakers, I'd probably start with Penny Marshall before I ever did. She's amazing, Linda Moulton Howe.
Penny Marshall's amazing. Yeah.
I'll give Linda her respects on the path that she blazed, because she definitely did. It takes a lot of a lot of guts to do something like that at that time.
Yeah, but isn't
She
that
did it.
sad that it's like your first thing was the only good thing you ever did, and after that you just got worse and worse and worse for decades? That's sad. That's really sad.
But I mean, I think the reason why she's gotten to the place that she's gotten to is Coast to Coast AM had a big hand in making her who she is.
Yeah.
Big time. Yeah. And that's why I hold not a resentment, but that's why I look at Coast to Coast AM as just, for me, it's a destructive format at this point. There's nothing good coming out of that show today.
Now it's a shit show.
It's absolutely terrible. It's like a right-wing conservative Christian spooky channel. It's like
that's the description of it too. And snoring. That guy will put me to sleep so fast. If I can't sleep, you put on that guy.
Dude, George Norrie's ridiculous. Bad. And then you add Nap's weekly shit show on there too, and it's just it's a cesspool of really bad information. And I feel like they really lure and sucker the newer generation of
interested people,
podcasters and interested people, especially like that UFO podcast, and those like they grant interviews to all those guys. They bring them on their show, and of course they do, because they never question anything. They don't push back on shit.
Yeah, I saw that as a huge problem when I started and decided I would be different about that. But, I realize you have to be kind, though, to the people. But I really want somebody to push the questions, especially like there's cases where people are interviewing people where there's absolutely overwhelming evidence they hoax things or fake things. I mean, the Third Phase Moon gets interviewed by people. Nobody brings any of this shit up. It's like a delusional fairyland, fairy tale land sometimes. And I just shake my head and I go, okay, just let them lie for 2 hours,
That's a funny statement. Luis, my first book report in 3rd grade was on Antarctica, and I never went there. It's all right. I'll let you slide. Point. I'll let you slide on that one. All right. 3rd grade. That's understandable. You didn't make it to Antarctica. But I hope you aced it. But yeah, man, it's a sad state of affairs that the conversation has become for me. And the thing here's today I had a really exciting meeting. I was telling you, I was so excited after this meeting, and my girlfriend, after I told her, the meeting and how it went, what was going on, she's like, you miss it. She's like, you need a show. Like you really, like, she's like, you need a project all the time. And she's right.
Like myself.
I always,
Lou, I'm going to finish that stupid cabin I've been building for 5 years. And guess what I'm going to do as soon as it's done?
Build another one?
Absolutely. That's absolutely what I'm going to do.
Excellent.
And another place.
I saw your cabin. I was like, that's cool.
It's a little crazy.
I was like, I don't know if he's an architect, but I don't give a shit. Like the fact that you built that,
and it's all built out of trees and trash. That's the best part.
Yeah, I was like, dude, it's it was funny. It was so funny, man, because when you posted the picture of that, I was like, I didn't tell my girlfriend where it came from. I showed her a picture. I'm like, babe, if I built you this, what would you say? And she's like, she's a designer. She does like fashion and stuff. And she's like, she's looking at it, she's like, I don't know if that aesthetically pleases me, but she's like, I would be absolutely, I'd fall in love with you infinitely more if you built me something like that. I was like, this is what Steve Cambion built for his wife and his family. I'm like, this is the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
You better buy a plot of land and build her a cabin then. She'll love it.
Dude.
I'm telling you, she'll love it.
Dude, I was like, fuck, man, if Cambion can build a cabin, I can build a fucking cabin. Like, that looks awesome. That looks awesome. Yeah. I was amazed. I was like, damn, dude is.
And I honestly, I never built anything in my entire life until I built that. But I've always had a dream in my heart to build a cabin somewhere. So I said, I'm going to do it. And then after you get the land, you don't have any money you figure out, oh, we don't have any money for materials. So then I start doing all this research into building just out of trees, everything out of trees and whatever is in the forest and rocks. I built a shower out of stones that we just collected and,
I would love to see a video tour when that thing's completely done.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it and talk about
I want
to
see all of the little detail thing. I'm sure there's a ton of Easter eggs in there too that are important to you and the family. I think that'd be a cool video.
Yeah. Well, you're always welcome. If you ever get to the East Coast, I tell everybody it's not that far from Philadelphia International. Well, it's a couple hours from Philadelphia International, but that's the closest airport. And we've actually had a few viewers that came for the weekend that had helped. It was one longtime viewer of my show was an electrician, and I was bitching about how long it was going to take me to wire the new sunroom. And he offered to come up, so I was like, "Come on up." We had steaks, and we had a good time.
I think the funniest comment I've seen all night was from Raz here a couple minutes ago. It says, "I'm doxing the cabin."
Yeah, I don't know what I saw that, and I didn't know what to say. Like, I don't know.
That's so funny. I don't think he's being serious. At least I hope not.
I hope not.
Yeah, but that's pretty funny. I mean, of course, that's like the first thing people want to do to you, and that's part of the reason. Just that makes me think of it. The reason why I never came up with an alternative name or
they'll get through it. They'll still get through it. You're right.
Well, the reason why I used my real name when I did my show was because I don't want anybody to go, "Oh, well, who are you? We don't even know your real name." Or I didn't want anybody to use my real identity as a threat to me. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just put my real name out there. Who cares? I'm an actor anyway. I'm already publicly known. It's like if anybody just did a little bit of research, they'd be able to find who I really am anyway. So might as well just put my real name to everything. So thankfully, I never had anybody try to dox me or
that's happened to me 5 times now.
Pull any of that crap.
And your buddy Rob Heatherly was one of the people that did it. But in his case, he said, "I didn't dox you." I said, "Yes, you did." And I sent him the screenshot, and he said, "No, I only put out your street name and your legal name, not your address." Like, what an asshole that guy is. You Google those 2 things, you get the address. It's the first search result, you idiot.
Yeah. Well, you had mentioned something on your show a couple of months ago about a screenshot of Rob Heatherly's computer.
Yeah.
And
no, I don't have a screenshot of his computer. We have a capture of a Rob Heatherly one-time public YouTube playlist that was all what appeared to be, I don't know, 6 to 10-year-old girls dancing and he had hours and hours and hours long playlist of that. And this is the guy who's going to tell everybody what a bad person I am.
Yeah.
He's stupid as shit because that was a public playlist. Now, of course, when he realized that was a public playlist, he took it down, but we still have the capture of it, of the whole thing. God,
you should please share it. I'd love to share that anytime he gives me shit. That'd be a great
some clips from it because I think Twitter has that limit. Yeah.
Please send that to me. I don't have a limit because I pay for Twitter now, so I could put a 10-minute video. That's how I got my Nazi video up there.
I didn't know that. You can do that. Yeah,
when you pay for the Twitter service, they let you, just as long as the file, I think it can't exceed a certain size, but yeah, you could put any length video you want up there. So, I would love to have that screen capture.
Well, I'll talk to you off air about that because it's not technically I'm not the one who technically did it, but I've seen it. I don't have a physical copy on my computer at the moment, but I can get it. Yeah, we were going to release it. We were going to release the whole thing. We were going to do it. Yeah,
you should, because he's a real. I love calling him a bootlicker because that's exactly what he is. But he's a real piece of work. That guy.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks about Lou telling everybody he has superpernowers and stuff. You know?
Like, he believes him. He believes
dummy. Him. You know,
he believes him. Without a doubt. Anything that comes out of Lou Elizondo's mouth, Rob Heatherly will believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to look at that guy and like the fact that him and people like him are literally willing. It's illegal to dox somebody. Like the fact that they're
Yeah.
just willing to dox somebody publicly and do it on a public. It's like they're screenshots. You can't dox
Dude,
people.
what's so funny is like the other day he was like cheering on somebody who was threatening to sue me. I'm like, sue me for what, you fucking morons? What are you gonna sue me for? For what? First of all, I have nothing. But
yeah.
what actions have I done that you think a judge is gonna waste any time on? Good luck.
I don't know if you know this, but I get threatened to be sued a lot, and occasionally somebody sends me letters, and I'm not going to pan around, but I hang them.
Right.
I hang them up. It's like a badge of honor,
Yeah.
And most of the time, though, they're just those. I call them angry lawyer letters. They're just a cease and desist, cease and desist, speaking slanderously about my client, and then I go back to the show and I go, supported by facts, supported by evidence. I said it was my opinion. Do what you're going to do, like, and usually it's something ridiculous. Like one time, the Sarah R. Adams fake psychic, she sent me one of those, and the lawyer who sent it to me is not registered to practice law in his home state. He just has a law degree, and he's a big time follower of hers. And they're out in the West Coast. I'm like, are you really coming to Pennsylvania to sue me? Really? It's just scare tactics and nonsense,
Yeah. No, it is. It's all BS, man. It's all empty threats and empty philosophies and empty promises. And I just, I feel like I've in a lot of ways I've run out of fuel for this discussion.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel the same way, but then I get a refill somehow, and I go, all right, I'll do. Every month I do fight with myself. People don't know this, but every month near the end of the month, I go, maybe I should say I'm taking a year off, or whatever, or maybe, but even this, like even taking a few weeks off, you lose all your momentum, and
Well, I mean, I think what was my last show? I can't remember the date, but it's been over a month, I think. I'd be lying if I say I don't miss doing it. I really do. I love doing the shows. But at the same time, I've gotten a lot of other shit done.
Yeah, that's a good thing, though. Yeah, all those things that you neglected for all that time. That's what I worry about. Like, what am I neglecting to get these things done?
Well, that's and that's if I could get a senator, I think one of my goals is to get in front of a senator or congressman and ask them that exact question. Like, what do you tell the people who are putting off family members, who are alienating themselves from friends, who are,
sending UFO celebrities all their money?
Right. What do you tell them? What do you tell them? Are they going to get the answers that they're looking for? Because they want alien bodies. They want crash retrieval programs. They want the secrets. Can you quell that fervent need for them? Or are you going to double down and give them more reason to fall deeper into that self-destructive hole?
Yeah.
So I would love anybody to get in front of a senator and ask them that question, because I think I think part of this story is somebody had told me, asked me what was the bomb of Hiroshima other than just being a really big bomb. It was a message to the whole world that the United States is in charge, and we dominated foreign policy for the next 5 or 6 decades. And now here we are in 2022, and the rest of the world from a technological standpoint has caught up in a lot of ways. So how do you send that message of, okay, we're still the big dog on the block,
Yeah, maybe we have alien technology. Yeah.
I not even so much that. I think it's you tell the world it's aliens, but the real story of it gets to the Kremlin, gets to Chinese dictators essentially, or totalitarian regimes, and the intelligence messages, these are ours. This game's over.
Yeah.
Game is over. Game is over. I part of me really thinks, and again, I don't have proof of any of this. This is just sort of my theories based off of all the shit I've seen and heard and people I've talked to. I really do think that that this is just a smokescreen to tell the other world powers the game is up. We dominate space, we dominate the sea, we dominate all of it, the solar system. And if you try anything, we will wipe you off the face of the map faster than you can blink. And I think the next 20 years, this disclosure discussion that started in 2017, I think in the next 20 years, we're going to start having, don't be shocked if you start seeing some really, really big advancements in supercomputing, in physics. I think there's going to be some major public advancements in physics. And that in 20 years, we're going to look back at 2017 and we're going to look back at the Tic Tac and we're going to look back at all of this stuff and go, oh, that was us. That was us. And in 20 years, nobody's going to give a shit about how people got manipulated or people got burned or people went crazy chasing this shit. Nobody's going to care. And this idea that, I love this idea, it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, that victims of government fraud, and people that have been kidnapped and made to believe that they've been kidnapped by aliens, that they deserve some sort of justice or reparations. I'm like, bro, get in line. You got a whole community of African Americans that were promised 40 acres and a mule 200 years ago, and they still didn't get it. And they've just within the last 40 years have become actual citizens. Like it's so stupid and naive and
it makes me think about the real problems going on in our country.
How privileged do you have to be to demand reparations for the government for getting fucked with? Like, dude, give me a break. You're never gonna get that. You're never gonna get that.
I agree.
You're never gonna get it.
Yeah.
Ever.
Well, we're approaching 4 hours, so I'm going to bounce us both out of here. I appreciate you doing this, and you don't be a stranger. And
man, and just anytime you want me to come on, just give me a holler. And if I
I'll be there. Pleasure. My pleasure.
And thanks to everybody in the audience, and I'm just happy that it was very unexpected that this is where this relationship has ended up. I never ever thought in a billion years.
That's what I said I tweeted earlier. Stranger things have happened. Hell freezes over, right?
Never ever thought. But hey man, like that's what happens when people actually talk to one another. They find out that they've got a lot more.
Well, that's what happened. That we never talked, so we had preconceived ideas about each other and all this stuff. And then we talk and we start finding this guy's a lot like me in some weird ways. Yeah. That's a good thing, and I'm glad, because I'd much rather make a friend than an enemy. I've got enough. Yeah. I got plenty, Lou. I don't need you. You're a smart dude. I don't need you trolling my ass on Twitter every day.
You don't want that. But yeah, man. No, I appreciate the opportunity. And
the only downside to tonight is that now Rich from GoofOn has to listen to this 4-hour broadcast to see what to complain about. But that's it. You know what? He won't even do it. He won't even do it.
Worth it. Totally worth it. God, I hope his head explodes on the screen tomorrow. That would be just wonderful. I would love to see that happen. But anyway, I appreciate it.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to throw you out of here, and I will thank the audience. Thank you very much. Don't be a stranger.
All right, man. I'll see you soon.
All right. Good night. Wow. What an incredible conversation, friends. And see, we were going to do something off air, but I go, no, let's just talk about all this on air so that we could take you, so I could take you all with me to do this. And I do want to say that I was very unkind to him. He might have said unkind things about me, but it's good that we talked and we resolved our differences. And I encourage you to do that with people that you have differences with instead. And see, you know, it's funny to me how so many things that him and I have in common, and we never would have known that if we hadn't talked. You know, it's easy to just go, I don't like that guy. I'm sure there's some kind of competition ego thing between show hosts, and but I'm glad that we got over it. I wish him the best. I'm a little jealous that he gets to bounce out and do other things. Obviously, sometimes I think about that myself a lot. But the war rages on, right? I am going to be changing some things here to continue. I have to, or I can't continue. We've seen him walk away from a show. Josh and Artemis recently said some similar things that he's been saying, like they don't feel good about continuing doing their show anymore, so they're going to go do a different show about different topics. And I wish them the best of success, just as I wish Lou the best of success as well. But these people walking away make me, of course, think about it. I think that we're good here, but I have to change some things so that I continue to have a good time doing this. I don't want to come here. I don't want it to become a drudgery, like, oh, I got to do a show. No, I want to do a show when I want to, and that kind of thing. And and the other thing is, I keep saying this, the show was supposed to be about many, many different mysterious, strange, and esoteric topics. And we get pigeonholed into UFOs, partially because it got more views than anything else. And YouTube keeps telling you, here's the video that got the most views. Do more of that. And I did. And here we are. But you'll notice, you'll see if you look through our previous videos, we used to do shows on religious subjects and mysteries. We once interviewed a Catholic exorcist. That's one of my favorite shows. And nobody really, it got very little views. We did a bunch of shows about strange mysteries, free energy. My favorite fake psychics was a series we did that I enjoyed, and mediums, and all of these different topics. And somehow we get stuck in this cesspool called UFOs. Totally my fault. We're going to get back to doing more varied topics. And I also have some very special announcements for this week. The first announcement is that, let me do this. Let me copy and paste. People asked several times tonight about the Third Phase of Moon documentary that they copyright claim to get it taken off of YouTube. Myself and some friends of the show here all stepped in. Other show hosts like Anthony from Unidentified S4 and others stepped up and helped this filmmaker by helping distribute it on alt video platforms. In other words, Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, etc. Somebody even put it on the Chinese version of YouTube with Chinese subtitles. And they got 10,000 views because they're very big on that site. Amazing. So I'm just going to put in the live chat link to first Third Phase of Moon documentary. And what I will tell you is, regardless of what you think of Third Phase of Moon, if you don't believe that they should be able to censor a documentary critical about them off of YouTube, then watch it here on this link that we're going to give in the live chat. And if I remember here, I will put it in the description of the video. Third Phase of Moon welcomes everybody. Oh, they're excused for putting out garbage videos that aren't UFOs, like, rocket launches or a flock of birds or space debris coming down. Their excuse is, well, we're just putting it out there and people can tell us what they think it is. A guy made an entire documentary film telling everybody what they think of their videos and what they are. They copyright claimed them off of YouTube because they're intellectual cowards and weaklings, and they did not want their deceptive practices, which is against YouTube terms of service, to be shown. It's very damaging, friends, when you take 30 plus hoaxes that they perpetrated against the public and against YouTube, put it all in one place. Now, I'm sure Rich, who is a paid employee of theirs, that's what he should have to preface. Rich from Goofon should have to say, before I talk about Third Phase of Moon, in full disclosure, I'm one of their paid employees. He never does that. So Rich from Goofon is defending their fakery and fraudery, and it's sad, and he keeps doubling and tripling down. But what he doesn't know is that there's another. So we've got the first 2-hour documentary up on Odyssey, courtesy of Sapiens Culture, a Reddit researcher who previously put all this information in Reddit posts. We encouraged him, put it on a video, and he did, and we helped to distribute it. But what Rich doesn't know while he's doubling down is that there's a second documentary. Rich's talking points went from, they never hoaxed anything, there's no evidence that they ever hoaxed anything, to they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 5 years, to now he's saying they haven't hoaxed anything in the past 3 years. So what we did is we compiled all of their fakery, fraudery, not all of it, examples of it. It would take me 5 years. Anyway, this next piece that's coming out is more than 2 hours long, and it definitively proves with evidence and scientific forensic analysis and all kinds of things that Third Phase of Moon has created hoaxes in the past 5 years, has created hoaxes in the past 3 years. So Rich's whole talking point is falling apart here. And what's really sad is that I warned him. I warned him about this, and he didn't listen to me. And he never had to become involved. He didn't have to become involved in a dispute or disagreement between me and Third Phase of Moon. He chose to. He is a paid employee of theirs, and he can't have somebody telling people the truth. I have no financial motive for telling you the truth about Third Phase. In fact, this next 2-hour piece there's a bunch of contributors, and we'll talk more about it later in the week when it's released, but I edited it, and it's taken me 25 hours already, at least. And I am not profiting from this Third Phase of Moon next documentary, which I guess you could say is edited and, produced by me, compiled, edited, and produced by me. I'm volunteering my time to do that for free. I cannot put it on YouTube because Third Phase of Moon is now censoring filmmakers that are critical of them by false copyright claiming to get the videos taken off of YouTube. So I will be uploading that video to Odyssey, which is much more supportive of free speech. They have a harder time doing that sort of nefarious nonsense on Odyssey and other sites that I have access to. And that film will be released as Creative Commons royalty free and fair use. So while Rich is getting paid by Third Phase of Moon to lie to you, I am volunteering my time to tell you the truth. And I would welcome all of you to then consider those things. Again, Rich is getting paid to lie to you. By the way, this next 2-hour piece clearly proves that he has been lying to his audience and everyone else. And I have volunteered my time to tell you the truth. So knowing that, I welcome everybody to watch this next 2-hour piece and make up your own mind. Who's telling the truth and who's a liar? Rich continues to tell people I'm lying. We have no evidence. I'm just amazed that he has doubled and tripled down. Remember, first Rich said they never hoaxed anything. There's no proof they hoaxed anything. And then what happened is overwhelming evidence. People started sharing these clips of overwhelming evidence. Yeah, oh shit, when they started, they hoaxed all kinds of things. And knowing that Rich probably was like, well, I'm going to have to change my talking points here. So then he started saying, no, they cleaned up 5 years ago. They stopped faking things. Then overwhelming evidence that they hadn't stopped faking things started coming out. Now Rich has changed his talking points to they haven't faked anything in 3 years. This new piece, this new documentary focuses on all of the fakes and hoaxes for the past 5 years, including some from the past 3 years. And, I don't know, what do we do next? Rich is going to keep lying. He's going to keep moving the goalpost here. We're going to get up to they haven't faked anything in the past 2 years. Then I prove, yes, they did. Right. Then he's going to say they haven't faked anything in the past 1 year. We'll prove that they did. Eventually, we're going to get up to third phase of moon hasn't faked anything since last week here. It's getting ridiculous, Rich. That goalpost keeps moving. But I think it's important what I said, that I'm not getting paid to lie to you. I have no motive to lie to you. What we do is we investigate and we tell you what the investigation found. That's what we do here. Rich is so lazy, he didn't even watch the documentary. And he started saying things like, they've got to go back 10 or 12 years. He's too lazy because, and yeah, I'll agree this is a problem. The first hour and 15 minutes is all older stuff to prove they started their YouTube channel by faking things. By the way, there is an amazing section of that first documentary by Sapiens Culture where he shows definitively that when they started their YouTube channel, they would lie and say people were sending them UFO videos, and all those videos were filmed in Hawaii. I think it was 10 or 12 of them were all filmed within a few miles of their house where they were living at the time in Hawaii. Nobody was sending them those videos. And by the way, yes, Rich, a forensic analysis of those videos can prove that those videos were all recorded with the same camera. Those videos were recorded with the same camera all 2 miles from third phase of moon's house. And you, like a dummy, are telling people we're wrong about that. We've got a forensic analysis. We've got the map showing where each of the sightings, those 10 or 12 were right near their house. We've got overwhelming evidence, and you've got talking points given to you by someone who is paying you to lie for them, apparently. I don't understand. I mean, it is what it is, though. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put out this next 2-hour video. And actually, I think it might come in at 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm editing it right now. In fact, I'm going to be up until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning tonight because I'm determined to get it done as quickly as possible and put it back out to prevent the supporters of third fake of moon to continue lying and saying that we have to go back 10 or 12 years. It's not true. The first documentary, if you really want to know the most recent, go to 1 hour, 15 minutes in. It's a 2-hour documentary. Skip the first hour and 15 minutes. And that documentary directly addresses Rich saying they haven't faked anything in 5 years. And then it shows all these things they faked in the past 5 years. He missed that because he's going to go on a public live stream and tell everybody how wrong I am before he's even watched the documentary. Great job he's doing. Somebody remind me to never give him a job, and for sure never let him defend me if I get in trouble caught faking shit or lying, because holy shit, is he terrible at this. I said it before, I'm going to say it again. He can't do this with me. He shouldn't. I would strongly advise him to shut up. That's because every time he opens his mouth, we just get another clip to prove he keeps lying. It's so ridiculous. But like Lou said earlier, he's always going to have some core following of people that don't mind him lying through his teeth. I have to learn to accept the things I can't change, and that is one of them. So I'm going to bounce on out of here and go get editing, friends. And I guarantee you, if you like, especially if you like the first documentary, I thought that was very, very well put together. This next one also includes, I'm very blessed because Heathcliff from Astral Citizens gave me permission to use some of his debunks in this next 2-hour piece. And his video production is amazing. So this next one is going to look better. It's going to sound better. It's got better, more detailed analysis of each of the fakes and hoaxes and how they did them. I mean, in one case, I'm not going to say anything else. I can't wait for you people to see it. And it will be interesting that also someone very friendly with Rich is also in this documentary, essentially saying that Rich is wrong, Third Phase and him are lying, and Third Phase of Moon has not changed. They keep faking things. And the talking points that they are putting out there that they realized, and they, you know, how important this subject was, and they stopped faking things 5 years ago, is not true. And someone very close to Rich is in this next 2-hour piece saying that he's wrong. I can't wait. And we're going to get that put out as quickly as possible. Zorg is mentioning murder in UFO land. I keep saying this week, but then I get sidetracked by things like editing together a 2-hour documentary proving what liars Third Phase of Moon is and proving what liars Rich is. I think it's important. But I will say that I really got to learn to just drop the bomb over the target and move on to the next target. This hovering around the target and, you know, looking for another place to drop a bomb is not good. I'm going to drop this and we'll see what happens. If he keeps lying, we'll find more recent examples, you know? But at some point, I will invite anybody to watch when these two are done. Watch them both back to back. And then you tell me if I'm the liar or Rich from Goofon is the liar. That's what we'll do. And people can make up their own mind. We are going to bounce on out of here, friends. I had no idea this show would go this long. And I'm glad, though, that we did this. So when I saw Lou pop up, I was happy. First, I was like, uh-oh, because we changed the thumbnail and all these things happen. But you guys know it's a live show, and so we roll with the punches here. If you are new to the show tonight, I saw a lot of new faces and user IDs in the chat room. Please do subscribe to us. Give us a chance. You'll be glad that you did. Every 4 days a week, at least, we upload a new live show. We do a new live show or upload some production videos. We cover strange and esoteric topics with probably a very skeptical view, but people have to remember that I was much like Lou. I was super believer 8 years ago when I started. It just took me longer to get to the bitter skeptic part of my shtick here. But we really do try our best to investigate these strange mysteries and tell you the truth. Not a lot of shows are doing that. Like we heard in the discussion tonight, you got to play ball to make the money, and I don't do it well. I want to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors. I will read each and every super chat from tonight at the top of tomorrow's show. I did try my best to display them on the screen, but I didn't want to interrupt the interview in order to read those. We'll get back to that. We read each and every single super chat. If you are feeling generous, there's a super thanks button, and you can support our show in various ways. Instructions to do that are in the description of the video. If you should happen to be listening in audio podcast land, we love you, but you're missing half the fun. Go on over to YouTube and put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. You'll see me, the strange guy with sunglasses, pop up. Go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a new live show, and you too can come and be part of the festivities here. You are most welcome. So, friends, that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.